I'm live. I am live. It is first thing in the morning and I'm live. Who'da thunk it? I have absolutely no idea where I'm starting this morning, but it is, well, 7:36, which is kind of a strange time to be starting. As usual, I am tweaking my YouTube settings, and I'm going for normal latency today instead of ultra low latency to see if maybe that makes everything stay connected a little better. And of course, because today is what today is, I will probably be peeking on this other screen at YouTube content related to the presidential inauguration. Got my hot coffee at the ready. And I think I changed the name of the... Hey, good morning, Walter. I changed the name of the stream today. I think I changed it to Animate with Free Software. Yeah, Animation with Free Software. So just kind of playing around with whether that actually makes a difference. You know, in terms of attracting people who might be interested in watching a joker like me just sit and make a cartoon. It's just a pretty weird thing to do. But, you know, somebody's got to do it, right? So, don't know what I'm going to be doing exactly here. Don't know how I'm going to be doing it. Don't know what software I'm going to be doing it with. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be Blender, Krita, or Tahoma. So, yesterday, early in the day, I did a stream and actually just deleted it because there was so much ranting about software development and probably the political landscape as well. I don't remember, frankly. There was a lot of yakking going on. Hey, Walter, let me ask you this. I was playing around this morning with my audio levels, and I was kind of curious on the live stream whether if I actually allowed for the 10 dB boost on the microphone, if that was actually better compared to what you're used to getting from YouTube content. So, for example, okay, so there I just turned on the 10 dB microphone boost, so it's probably louder. I'm just curious, for you, does it actually sound better if it's got the 10 dB boost, or and actually maybe sound more like what you normally expect from a YouTube video, or is that like too loud? I think there it is. So there's the 10 dB boost. Just curious, from one man's opinion, whether it's better with the boost on or with the boost off. Care to render an opinion? If there's no opinion, I'll either assume no one cares, or potentially it doesn't seem to make enough of a difference to shake a stick at. So right now, I turned on the microphone boost. So right now the microphone should be 10 dB louder than normal. And I'm just curious if that's too loud, or is that actually... Because I've kind of had the vibe over the years, or months. Before was better because... Okay, yeah, see, I was afraid of that. That's the problem with cheapo stuff. Yeah, I don't really have a good way to plug my pro audio gear into this machine. They're in different rooms and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not in the studio. And I actually need to dink around with getting a streaming situation set up in my studio, where I've got a couple quad-core machines, and one of them's running Linux, actually. And with Linux, you can get really nice low-latency audio. And actually have your better microphones plugged in, etc., etc., etc. But now your voice is loud. Right, I would have expected my voice to be louder. The thing is, they don't really have a good like white noise filter. They do have some. Well, you know, I mean, okay, so you say the voice is louder, but OBS does have that. Let me look at that real quick. Yeah, I mean, they've got, on the version I'm using right now, they've got the microphone noise gate. What I've done is, yeah, what you really want, the best noise reduction is is a subtraction effect, and it's what I use all the time in Reaper. What it does is it essentially samples the background noise and then subtracts the noise frequencies from the overall signal. Makes everything sound much, much quieter. So it's not really a noise gate, and it's not really EQ either, actually. It is subtractive, fast Fourier transform analysis of the noise, and then subtraction of that signal from the final signal. Quite useful, quite useful. Anyway, we'll stick with what we've got for the moment. I can't believe it. There's 5 concurrent viewers, and it's only, wow, it's only 7:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, yesterday, I guess I would say this to the Blender heads out there. Some of you guys probably were pretty happy to, well, I think Walter was too. What was it? No, I guess it was Mikhail would send me a little thank you for working with Blender. So I know there's a lot of Blender fans out there, and I'd love to tell you it's, you know, tops of the list for 2D animation, but frankly it's not. But I think that in terms of the visual quality of what I did last night, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, you know, it does look about the same. I mean, I think I'm getting pretty similar results, frankly, from Tahoma, Krita, and Blender, and that's a good thing, so we can kind of mix and match. But the question now is, what are we going to do with this shot so we can finish it up and then keep moving forward? We actually need to have Golek move out of the scene. So she comes through the doorway, so we really need to adjust the background image so that it's probably got the edge of the door right about here, so that as she's moving out of the shot, Golek actually leaves. Okay? That's pretty much what's on tap for this shot. So then the question, of course, becomes, well, how are we going to do that? Let me look at the... Yeah, it's a little misleading, I suppose, because she's moving off to stage right, and then we have this shot that we might be changing, and then pretty much that's your establishing shot. And from there on, we're probably pretty much into, yeah, dialogue close-up type situation. Well, yes and no. And then TNR. Oh, I see. This is actually Fala setting down the tray while she's talking, encouraging TNR that this is quite an amazing opportunity. So this wide shot does figure pretty heavily into the shot, at least the scene, at least the way I planned it. So, so pretty typical, and it does look like this. I guess this shot will wind up getting used a lot, kind of a lot. So let me see. I have a big decision to make here because I was pretty much planning to jump back to Krita just so I can get more work done faster, but I think I'm going to actually acquiesce here and pull this back up in Blender and maybe kind of sort of see how far we get. So probably it would be useful to go ahead and get the background image in there, I think. So let's backpedal a little bit here and see what we want to use. I guess we're going to use this one and kind of size it up. So 362 has the wide version, so I guess that would be useful. I'll do a quick check of the Tahoma extras folder and see if it's in there, because I believe that background painting was actually painted in Tahoma initially. So yep, there it is. Cool. So this TIFF, this is dx.0001. Let's just do it this way. I think we will go Shift A, image, images as planes. I'm not going to do background. And then we're going to be browsing L, anime, SL, which is short for salt and light, extras, and of course here in Blender we can use icon mode, but it looks like it's got to take a second to generate the icons for us, so that's probably more of a misdemeanor than a felony, so I'll take a sip of my Java. So we'll see how it goes here at somewhere between 8 and 8:30. Zuko, the African gray parrot, will be waking up, and I'll probably need to get him going on his wonderful morning. So we had DX. Okay, so let's select that, and we'll use emit mode. And I think that's it. Boom. Okay, so now let's look at our scenario here. Okay, so you can see what's going on. I'm going to hit the G key and then the Y key so that we actually move this back on the Y axis. Hit the 0 key on my numpad to get to the camera view. And then as you can see, it's scaling from the 3D cursor, which can be moved if you select this little wingdinger here. So what I'm going to do is hit the period key, and we are going to scale from the, you could do individual origin, I suppose would be the best. And so then we're going to scale this sucker up to probably about there, I think. Let's see here. Okay, so that's our well, wait, no, that's the image. How do we crop to the cameras? Oh, there we go. Well, no. Yes, no, maybe. Yeah, it would be nice if we could actually blank out everything just for preview purposes. And I would also say this is actually not quite right. Let me size it up a little bit, see what we can get away with. If she just came through this door, frankly, we would be more like about here. So I'm actually going to do a quick and dirty render of that frame just to see what we've got. Okay, so yeah, we're zoomed in so much on this painting that it's kind of a little problematic. So I think let's deal with that. I'm gonna hit the G key here, and morning, Val. Valerie is up and about, and one more quick and dirty render. We're right at the bleeding edge of what would be acceptable. You know, this level of detail really isn't ideal, but it's not necessarily horrible either. What I think I am going to do though is let's do SX, and what that's going to do is we're just going to cheat. We're going to cheat by widening everything so we can shrink it down a little bit. This is not the kind of detail that the audience is ever going to notice, and by doing it this way, probably about like that. File, save. I think we're probably okay. Now what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to cheat by going into, well, we could do this one of two ways. We could try to do it the Blender way, which is to actually touch up the painting using you know, the UV texture painting, but what I guess what I want to avoid today is I don't want to make my entire workflow. So, okay, so to my surprise and delight, that is interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. What OBS just did is kind of unusual, where it almost was like it couldn't reconnect. But anyway, good morning. I like your current routine. I check in the morning before work and come home in the afternoon. You're rocking on another session. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I am. Typically, it seems like I've been working somewhere between 6 a.m. Like I'll work from 6 to 1 or 7 to 2, something like that, and then I do tend to come back in the evening. What feature do I want most for grease pencil? I would have to think about that. Are you on the development team? Do you have something to do with the Blender grease pencil development? Because if I have the ear of the Blender grease pencil development team, I definitely would give that question some very serious thought and be very careful about how I answer. Okay, just because I would want to make sure I'm not wasting their time with stuff that's not really, really useful, right? And hopefully would prove to be useful to many people. So let me think about that one while I'm working here. Let me kind of ponder that. We will probably let me actually save this, and then I want to double check over here because there were 2 copies of the image, so I want to make sure I'm tweaking the correct one, so I'm not being stupid. So what I'm going to do is hit File Save, and I'll just reload it to, yeah, okay, so I did. So I'm fixing the correct image. Pretty much this is actual size. That looks okay. That looks okay. A little noisy, The edges of the doorway that are a little bit rough, that doesn't matter. They could be sort of made of hewn stone or something, and it could be that the day they built that doorway, the slaves were, doing sloppy work. Who knows? What feature would I like to add to the Blender grease pencil? Oh, great. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I had automatic keyframing turned on, so that means we have to go dope sheet and looky here. Looky here. This keyframe needs to be X gone so that it's not being animated. So she's going to go like that, and then Golik's going to cross the frame and leave the room. So what one might wonder is, should we start out with getting my bearings here? I guess this is, where the heck? Oh, stupid. You're gonna grab the grease pencil if you wanna see the grease pencil layers. Okay, just thinking out loud here. It would normally, yeah, see, this is actually something I brought up yesterday when I was talking about, sorry, another drink of my Cafe Bustelo. Okay, so here's the thing. I had mentioned yesterday that there's actually 4 ways to animate her. Okay, if I was really, really being religiously adherent to kind of the Krita mindset, I would do what probably most people who are dinking around with the grease pencil wouldn't do, I think, which is I would literally just modify the grease pencil strokes, in edit mode, and everything would actually be grease pencil stroke movement. And there's a key reason to do that. Not only is it a little more intuitive because you're integrating all your, okay, so in other words, in your mind you're going, okay, well, squishing her head around, like when she does this little squash, like that, okay, you could do that with the sculpting tool, obviously, duh. But you can also do it with a translation of the whole grease pencil object, which is actually what I did. Well, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, if you think about it, I've just shot myself in the foot in terms of bringing Golik into the scene, doing it the way I would generally prefer, which is to just put on another layer in the same grease pencil object. And perhaps parent the grease pencil layers to empties or something so that they can all be moved around and animated individually without actually having to have multiple grease pencil objects. So this is one of the things about the Blender grease pencil that I find a little cumbersome. let's contrast that with what we see over here. In Krita, the layer stack is somewhat analogous to the outliner in Blender. It's more analogous to the outliner than it is to the layers, actually. For this reason, if your layers become unwieldy and now there's like 24 layers going on, which doesn't happen to me very often, but if it does, you can, close the folders up and you can clean up your workspace. In Blender, you're pretty much stuck with a long list of layers, and when it gets long, it just gets out of control. The other problem I was alluding to is that now that the grease pencil object itself has been animated, there's really no good way to add another character within the same grease pencil object, which is how we had to do it back with 2.7.9, with Blender 2.79. Obviously, there was no other way. If I add Golik to the scene, then when I get to frame 20, he's going to start moving around too, right? And so you say, well, Dave, that's the whole reason you can have multiple grease pencil layers. Yeah, I know that. I know that. But what's interesting to me right now that I'm thinking about is it would be interesting. Well, it just goes to show the value of parenting. So in terms of my strategy here, the smarter strategy would have been to not animate the grease pencil object, but instead to animate an empty and parent the grease pencil object to it. Then if I found out I made a mistake and changed my mind, okay, because I wanted to add another character without having to create a whole new grease pencil object, and by the way, have to start out with a whole new palette, whole new set of layers, right? Then I could backtrack and take these individual, just these 3 layers actually, 1, 2, 3 layers, parent them to the empty, and now they'd move around, and the rest of the grease pencil object would be left alone. So those are just some management issues that come to mind that suggest something I've always known and have done for decades, which is if you're going to animate, it's really, really smart to have a few utility objects that you parent to sort of keep your different translations and rotations and whatnot separate. It becomes much easier to fiddle with them downstream. So yeah. So I guess what we will do, I'm gonna just suck it and create a new grease pencil object. Boop. Okay. So now she's left alone, and I haven't really done this in a long, 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 long time. So I expect. Okay, so we start out with nothing, so let's just add a layer. Okay, well that's fine. In a way, that's a good thing. We'll start clean. It looks like we don't even get anything at all to start with on a new grease pencil object in terms of palette or color. So I'm going to definitely add a new slot, and I'll add a default. And it looks like that's acceptable. It's going to be a black line. Now that's a little dangerous because if I'm going to do it like a pencil test, I probably should make this like red or something, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to see it. Right? Okay. So grease pencil, got to hit Control Tab. So this is good. This is good. This is forcing me to just putz along and see what happens. Now, it was mentioned yesterday. Maybe you can make the new character in the same object and then separate them. Well, there's 2 reasons I don't want to do that. Number one, first of all, the character is going to be in silhouette in the foreground. So at the beginning of the shot, let me go back to frame 0 and show you something. Okay, so at the beginning of the shot, he's going to be like this. Okay, he's going to be in the foreground. And probably not quite that small. I mean, small, that big. So I'm going to hit the S key. And probably something like that. Okay? However, it would be my objective to actually draw him where he's going to be later in the scene when we see his whole body, and then size it up. So kind of working in reverse. Which means I would really start working over here around the time that he's going to be going through the doorway. Which means we're already into her animation keys, which means there's no way I can draw him in any position, and then when I move like this, all of a sudden he's moving around. So there, if the grease pencil object itself is animated, you're committed to that. Everything in that grease pencil object is going to be moving around. Now, can you take a layer? Can I take this layer right now and move it to another grease pencil object? Maybe. I don't think so. I seriously doubt that you can. But it might be possible. That I'm not sure. So if anybody knows, feel free to chime in. Okay, so one thing I'm not loving, frankly, is that if I go to object mode, okay, we're kind of back to where we were yesterday. We've got a really strong, let me look here. It was, what the heck was it I turned off yesterday? When I looked at it yesterday, I figured it out right away. To, let's see, let's go into edit mode. Yeah, I guess that is correct. What's a little strange, for those of you who are going, what's wrong with you, Dave? Are you like, autistic this morning? No, I'm looking at the fact that this is a bright red color, and the only thing that's actually showing up red is down here in this corner. And because of something to do with the render engine, I guess, as I'm moving around, okay, am I in object mode right now? I'm going to take this and hit GY, move him back here on the Y-axis. But maybe it's because, oh, I know. Well, no. No, this is correct. I want it to be a stroke. It's a line, solid. So that the orange selection thing, let me go into draw mode and see what happens. Okay, that's looking more correct. So, well, this is what I was saying about Krita. Actually, this sums it up. Okay, there's going to be a lot of time wasted today figuring out why the heck Blender does this and Blender does that. And it's not necessarily that Blender's doing anything wrong. It's that I'm having to learn its quirks. And some of its quirks are decidedly non-intuitive to me. Yeah, I'm saying that as somebody who's been using Blender since before most of you probably were, well, before some of you were born. Actually, I have to be careful because I've kind of been surprised to find out there's quite a few people that are following me who are closer to my age, and that has actually been a bit of a surprise to me. But okay, so just thinking, just jamming along in the workflow, one of the things I'm feeling like I want to do immediately is just turn that off. I really don't want that in there. That's just a distraction. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I really didn't mean to be using the pen. I actually wanted to be using probably the F pencil. Yeah. Yep. So now I'm going to check what happens if I hit the eraser. Okay, that's cool. So the point eraser is definitely my favorite eraser. I mean, I would like it even better if you could do the lasso eraser. I had it set up to work that way for a bit, and I don't think... let's see. I guess I need to go into eraser mode, and it might be based on what happened yesterday with the cursor, because when you hold... So what I'm wishing for right now is if I press the eraser, I'd like to also... I guess this gives you eraser point. Let me look here. See, what I don't see in my eraser options is the one thing that I would want, which is, I don't really care about the type of eraser as much, although I do like a good hard eraser. I want to draw a lasso. I don't want to have to drag around to erase things. I just want to loop around it. So if anybody out there knows how you accomplish that, why, that would be most wonderful. This is okay. The point eraser is okay because it does get the points the heck out of there, which is a good thing. But I'd really rather just go whoop like that and draw a lasso around it. Everything's gone. Hey, Riggs. What's going on, man? The Rigster's in town. Okay, so this needs to be Golek, so I'm going to draw this again. I want to get him sketched in there. So for those of you that are relatively new here, I'm not going Blender all the way or anything like that. I'm just kind of finishing out this current shot, just seeing if it works out to go ahead and play it out the rest of the way with Blender. I frankly feel taking what's in Mahler on today, not his big color, so that was kind of a boo-boo. So let's just go like this. Okay, so now when okay, so obviously I've made a mistake again. Got to go to grease pencil now. And the good news is that because I am in a completely separate grease pencil object, the dope sheet is definitely less cluttered. Now, here we have a situation that is obviously beyond the pale in terms of absurdity. Okay, that's interesting. Let's do that one more time. So it's a selection. It looked like it highlighted. I hit the G key and nothing happens. Let me click here. Why is the lasso selection unselecting? Let me try the right mouse. Okay, so this is not good. I changed this setting to switch to the left mouse yesterday, and today it's not respecting, you know, and it's the same scene. I shouldn't have to change my user settings because of that. That's stupid. So here, I mean, it's still doing the lasso thing, but it's not. Now it's selecting. Okay, that's pretty weird. Grr. Alright, go, shift. Okay, had to readjust my headphones. So I'm not going to be the best guy on YouTube to be watching for Blender anyway, just because I'm obviously kind of still fighting with it. But, you know, to be fair, I've been using the Blender grease pencil for, gosh, many years, since way before Blender 2.8, and it's always been a little bit of a struggle. Okay, so whatever. I'm going to get Golek's shoulders in there, and I feel like I'm being a little stupid with his head shape. So this is a good thing because it gives me the opportunity to test a couple things about sculpt mode. Because yesterday, the fact that I was using the wrong pen seemed to hamper performance, and I wanted to see what happens when I use the sculpting tools in Blender 2.91 on strokes that were created with just the plain old pencil, so there's not an overabundance of points here. And I will tell you folks that I am going to very firmly assert the following. The performance for sculpting and whatnot with the Blender grease pencil in 2.91 is palpably consistently, both with sculpting and in edit mode, quite a lot worse than Blender 2.81 was, 2.83, 2.79. Let me do a little quick and dirty contrast here. I'm going to save this. File, save. Okay. Let me be clear about one thing here too with the grease pencil. At this point, the only reason to even be in Blender, there's no good compelling reason to be in Blender for this scene, but as far as the grease pencil goes, the reason to be in Blender 2.91 pretty much has to do with if I want to explore the palettes and just the fact that there's a fill tool. You know, because we really didn't have that in 2.79. So I am going to close this out and pop open 279 and check something here real quick, because I'm a little bit curious. Okay, so here in 279, the exact same thing that I'm doing right now, I would hit my D key, I would draw Golic with his little ears, not huge ears. Okay, I would just actually hit A, S, G, boom, D key, back to drawing. So the overall workflow, again, as I mentioned yesterday, less powerful, much simpler. Which is better? Well, it depends. Depends on what you want. But here's the interesting thing. Look at all these scribbles. I mean, this is just as bad as what we were just seeing in Blender 2.91. But here, if I hit the D key and start sculpting, I'm sorry, not the D key, the E key, and start sculpting, you can see it's very responsive, right? There's no choppy, jerky wackiness. And in edit mode, same thing. You can see everything's completely responsive. That's the way Blender 2.83 was too. Now, what I've seen from yesterday to today is that consistently, and it doesn't seem to matter what brush I use, despite the advice that Max gave me yesterday, as far as I can tell, to put this very simply, Blender Grease Pencil 2.91, as far as I can tell, is considerably less performant than previous versions. No, it doesn't, Max. I'm gonna strongly disagree with you. I believe you are flat out wrong, because I've been, like I said, I've been doing the grease pencil for many years. So every version of Blender, I've seen this type of phenomenon on occasion. This does not have to do with the density of points. It just doesn't. In fact, we can test it. Maybe let's test it this way. Okay? Let's see what happens. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. There's no density of points here. Come on. It's like, wait. Oh, there it goes. Wait, there it goes. So there's something with the GPU. There's something with the algorithm for how it knows, because what's happening is you start moving and things don't move. Now, you could mitigate that in your workflow this way. What you would do would be like animation, the way we do slow in and slow out. Same idea. What you do is you'd say, if I want to move this line, I'm going to slowly start moving and then speed up. If I do that, I essentially fool Blender into being responsive. Like that, see? But if I move quickly, no. That's not acceptable. That, as far as I'm concerned, that's completely unusable. But let me look. I'll run with you here, Max, and give it a shot. So you say try changing the brush options in the advanced mode and stroke panels. Okay, but the thing is, what you told me yesterday is don't use the ink pen, and I bought into that. Well, and again, Max, probably a lot of people don't. That's one of the challenges, is it's not necessarily consistent from one user to the other, or one GPU to the other, blah, blah, blah. That's a bit of a problem. So this does come back to kind of what I've said all along about Blender Grease Pencil and tools that are more capable and more powerful. Here Max is saying, well, try changing the brush options. Well, that's fine, and it might work. But for me, I'm also looking at the fact that it's like, okay, well, it's that versus the way maybe it used to be, or maybe the way the other software it is, you know, pick the software you want to name, where I don't have to do that. So it's always this trade-off between all the hoops you have to jump through to finally get things to work the way they used to or the way you expected, versus another scenario where things just kind of worked in the way that made the most sense. There is no scenario where what we're seeing here with the sculpting tools would ever be acceptable in a real workflow. Okay, so I hit the G key. I would say that the edit tool doesn't seem to have the problem. The edit tool what is weird with the edit tool is, okay, now it's working. For a while there, I was selecting with my left mouse, and it was deselecting, even though there was no selection. I hit Alt A. Very strange. I didn't mean to hit the F key right there. Now that, yeah, I would say the edit tool seems fine, which is probably cool because I normally don't even use the sculpt tool, actually. I tend to always favor, yeah, I almost never do this. This is what you see Daniel Lara doing all the time. He's always using the sculpt tool. You see that? And that, Max, is kind of what I was talking about. I was noticing the same thing in the interface over here. So I think this is overall maybe a GPU Blender 2.91 / OpenGL3 thing, where there's a little bit of optimizing that needs to go on. Because what happened right here is kind of the opposite of what I was seeing with the sculpt tool. So let me hit the undo. So in other words, I start to sculpt, but it takes a second for it to realize what I'm doing, and then it catches up, like that. See that? You can see it real explicitly there. Boom. I'm going move. I go move, move. And now it's actually seems to be doing a little better. But anyway, what we saw over here was the opposite. I moved everything, and then when I let go, it didn't actually let go of the focus of what was grabbed. So if I lift my stylus right now and whip it really fast up and to the left, let's see what happens. Okay, I didn't quite get it. Yeah, now it's not doing it. So it's a little inconsistent for sure. Not saying it's like the worst thing ever, but you know, these are things you constantly have to work around, is little glitches. And it could be my machine. And not to be hating on you or anything, Max, but to be fair, that's what everyone always says. With you see things, you know, you're using the software that's supposed to be so new and exciting and great and wonderful, and then you immediately find problems. This is totally normal, man. This is not unusual at all. Everybody's ranting through. The whole internet's blowing up about how great something's going to be, and then you dive in and go, well, there's actually a few problems. And then this is the first thing everyone says, well, maybe you should try the new beta. Try download this, install that, try this, try that. It's all good, but you know, for me, I'm really a little more focused on getting my work done. So I do. I've done a lot of software experimentation over the years, but lately I seem to favor stability more than features, and that's just the way it is, you know. What do you want? Do you want the features or do you want the stability? Because it really is a trade-off. So I'm going to go ahead and move this around. Yeah, what are you going to do? I mean, I want to add an empty. I guess I'm going to just do it this way. I'm going to do it the way I would do it in Krita, just so I'm not sitting here fighting myself. All right, so if I was in Krita, what I would do is I would grab a selection. And, okay, so that's a little weird. It did it again. So I'm hitting. Okay, so I guess maybe it was because I hit Control. Let me hit the G key. Okay, nothing happens. So there's no selection. So if I just take the lasso right now in edit mode and make a selection, now it works. Okay, that is really erratic behavior. Erratic. If I select everything, now it selects it. A moment ago it didn't. Okay, that's the way Blender has always worked. Admittedly, a little while ago I did hit Control, so right now I'm pressing Control, and that deselects. So that makes sense. But yeah, it was kind of switching back and forth. Wow, that is creepy. Like right there, I hit Control, and so I make a lasso, and ostensibly I'm deselecting, which is stupid. I'm deselecting when there's nothing selected. But every time I've done it, it's like I see a little flash on the screen like, wait, did it select something? Yeah, weird. Anyway, this is what I would do in Krita. I would just go size it down, and oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, guys, you're freaking out now. That's because we're set to individual origins. So what it just did was it scaled the strokes based on every single stroke's individual origin point. That's not what we want. We want median point. Boom. The median point of the entire selection. Wow. That's dangerous behavior. All right, let's turn this back on. Not the camera. I don't want the camera. I want the background image. Okay. All right, so now we'll take Golek and we'll move him over to here and get him kind of sort of down to size. If he's going to go through this doorway, I guess he would have to be kind of sort of there. Okay. And I think and again, if I was in Krita, what would I do? This is probably a pretty healthy way for me to think about this. If I was working in Krita right now, what I would do is I would go to this wide shot and I would get him inked and painted. I would get him inked and painted, I would get rid of the sketch, and then I would animate in reverse the complete finished art. So, and by the way, Max, I did try the 2.92 beta. It's not on my system right now, but I tried it for a couple days. And I don't even remember, but there were definitely still issues. That's all I can say. This is kind of what I was ranting about yesterday in the morning, is the idea that the thing that a lot of people overlook is that, and I will take the bold step of putting myself in the professional category. Okay, so give me a zone here, people, and forgive me for my arrogance in putting myself in the professional category. Not that I'm not professional, but I just don't want to. I'm not trying to be demeaning to all of you who are not professionals, who are either hobbyists or just exploring art or animation or whatever. Okay. What am I trying to say? In the software domain, I find it not that useful when the new version of the software comes out with new features if key important features are still broken. I'd rather focus on getting things fixed and stable. Now, to the credit, by the way, to the great credit of the Krita development team, who obviously I've complained about plenty of times, but to their credit, the 2.4 series of Krita is much, 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 much more stable than, I'm speaking kind of generally here because it's hard to remember, but than the I guess it'd be the 4.3 series. They really made an effort to clean up some of the mess, and they did a pretty good job of it. There's still a lot of things that can go wrong, but it is vastly improved. You know, and Blender's always been super stable. Blender 2.79, I almost can't crash it. I think it's crashed like twice in the last year. 2.8 series, you know, a little more crashiness, but overall Blender's amazing in terms of stability. So, okay, so let me just kind of take a peek here. That's probably okay. So we're getting him from here to here. That is what I would do if I was working in Krita. But again, as I said, what my next step really should be is to do the ink and paint on this guy, because otherwise, I just turned off the wrong thing. Otherwise, I'm kind of, as we say, spitting in the wind, let's say. Because it doesn't do me any good to put in all the little keyframes if I'm... Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Actually, this is a good example of what I was talking about yesterday. If I animate him, most of his animation, not all, but most of his animation involves getting from here to here. Okay, let's just think this through for a second, folks. This isn't Blender stuff. This is workflow stuff. This is common sense. Okay, we've got to get him from here to here, and he's going to walk. And what I was saying a moment ago is, well, it doesn't do me any good to move the grease pencil points if I haven't inked and painted him. Why? Because then I would have to re-add animation keys for the ink and paint grease pencil strokes. So that's the wrong strategy. Well, it could be the right strategy if I work in reverse. So it would be you'd ink and paint this guy and then animate him in reverse. But wait, there is another way. The other way would be to delete this key and parent this layer to an empty, get the animation working, and then do the ink and paint on one layer because he's not actually moving around much. I mean, in other words, there aren't a lot of drawings. There's just a lot of movement. Okay? So what I want to do is I can go ahead and get the movement worked out by parenting this to an empty, and then I can do the ink and paint later. So that's what I'll do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into object mode. Let's show you what that looks like. Okay? Thinking out loud here, folks. I'm just going to put an empty up here. Actually, I tend to like to put it below, I guess, to be fair. So I'll put the empty down here. Okay? So that's fine. I'm going to go Shift A, and I'm going to add an empty. I tend to prefer a plain axis. Okay? So there's an empty, and what we're going to do now is we're going to grab the grease pencil object. Let me check here. Oh yeah, this is something. To have to switch between the movement, changing the position of the cursor, and your selection tool is completely new. Blender did not work that way for, as I often say, for the last 20 years. It just didn't. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this first grease pencil layer and we're going to go down to, actually this is the palette. Sorry, I'm in the wrong wingdinger. Okay, so I want to go down here to relations. Okay? Now in Blender 279, this was right up here front and center if you wanted to parent a layer to an empty or something else. Down here you have to dive in and browse to the relations thing. Okay? And we're going to parent that to the empty. Okay, so now watch this. Aha! So that grease pencil layer is parented to the empty. So what I can do now is work in reverse. So before I do that, I want to fix a couple things. Okay, I'm going to grab this grease pencil layer, and the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of this key. I don't need this close-up because that's going to be this. But you see he's still there because that's where the empty is. So when we switch to the other dope sheet, we'll see that there's a key there for the empty. Okay? So now, from the beginning of the scene, let's get him back to where he belongs. So let's grab the empty. Where's the empty? Hello, empty. I said yesterday, the Blender outliner is your friend. When your scene gets unwieldy, go to your freaking outliner. Get comfortable with the outliner because it makes life quite a lot simpler. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to move this back. Okay, this is interesting. Hold on, let's stop the presses. Okay, you see the problem? Okay, my bad. You know, my defaults with Blender are a little winky compared to, I tell you what we'll do. Here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to do this the old school Blender way. Okay? This is, like I said, everything's going to take 55 trillion, billion, zillion times longer this morning because I'm having to work around weird things about how you have to get the job done in Blender. So we're going to live with it. Well, okay, yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, I'm very well aware of that, Max. Thank you. Yeah, Control P is parenting of, if you can parent anything to anything in Blender with Control P, so he is correct about that. In this case, I very, very specifically did not do that because it is not at all my intent to parent the grease pencil object to the empty. My intent was to parent the grease pencil object layer, the individual layer, to the empty. So that's why I did that the way I did that. Just so you know. Okay, so as you can see, this is not perfect, but I'm going to move this back a little bit, and I'm actually going to do this again. So let's move the cursor to the selected. So I'm just keeping the cursor there. I don't know if I'm going to need that, but just kind of Blender's current idea of moving. So what I have to do is reset the center of the grease pencil object so that when I snap it to the cursor, it actually goes to where I intended for it to go. Okay, I got to take 1 minute to get Zuko up. So he's over there wiggling around in his cage and wanting to come out. Zuko is our African gray parrot, and it's time for him to get out of bed. So this is going to take me about 1 minute. Actually, Max, do me a favor. While I'm taking care of Zuko, can you please, I know that I'm going to sit here and struggle with the hotkey to reset either the hotkey or the icon. It used to be so easy pre-Blender 2.8, but the hotkey to reset the center of this grease pencil object to its geometric center. What's the hotkey for that? If you know, just post it in the chat so I don't have to like fiddle around trying to remember how to do it in 2.8 plus. Okay, nothing in the chat, so I am going to give this a crack. I'm going to give it a crack by doing, I'm going to see if it was it Alt S also for that, or Shift S I should say. Center, yeah, I want the center. I want to reset this grease pencil object's center. Now it's going to be actually a little bit wacky, even if I reset the center, because you can see that there's some erroneous, I guess actually there's a better way. There is a better way. Okay, that's fine. There is a better way. And with Blender, there's always a better way. There's always a better way. And the better way is we're going to go into edit mode. We're going to trick the grease pencil object. And now we're going to hit the A key to select all. Make sure everything's selected. And now watch this. Now we're going to just grab all the strokes, move them over here. I'm not even going to worry about trying to snap it exactly. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. So I'm just going to hit the G key for go and just put him right on that empty. Now if we spin around, you can see, okay, now things are back under control. So now what we can do is go back into object mode, grab the empty, and now that grease pencil layer is going to track to that empty no matter what we do. Okay? A little bit stupid, but hey, you got to do what you got to do. So now I'm going to go over here and size this up. Now the good news is that means that if I get these relationships working properly, then when I do the ink and paint on this grease pencil object, and then parent those layers to the empty as well, all the animation will just carry through. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna modify this. I'm gonna rethink this. I think that since most of my activity really does revolve around kind of the sizing really of his head, I'm gonna go ahead and just put him down here and then go back into object mode. So, you know, if I seem a little cynical from time to time about clunkiness in the workflow, it's because, I mean, look, what time is it? It's 8:30. I started around, what, 7 or something? Maybe 7:30. And essentially, I've gotten nothing done today so far. I mean, do I even want to explain it? Do you guys even care? Do you guys even care about what's going wrong right now? There's some wacky things going on. I know what's going on. What's happening is the grease pencil layer has a center, and that center is in a very wacky place relative to the strokes that I actually drew. Okay, we saw that when I grabbed the grease pencil object in object mode and the translation data of the empty is then being ported through the parenting relationship to the grease pencil object's center. And all the strokes are changing size from there. So no matter what I do in terms of moving the strokes around, the grease pencil strokes, or the layer, is not actually going to size in a particularly intuitive way relative to the empty. Is that the end of the world? No. It's not the end of the world. We're going to live with it. So we're going to say there's this. Okay, we moved him over here. After she's there, we will say on this frame, we moved him over here. Now, what we want to do is we want to get him sized properly using actual movement in 3D space, ideally. It looks to me like... Oh, okay, my bad. This one is my fault, folks. Here we have to go back to the grease pencil. Oh yes, the grease pencil object is it animated? I'm in object mode. I'm looking at the dope sheet. I need to go back to object. Dope sheet, and this is the problem. You cannot have the grease pencil object animated because it's being animated by the empty. So again, as usual, at the risk of being a little snarky or maybe less pragmatic than inquisitive, this is kind of what I talk about all the time. It isn't that this is all a bad thing, but look at where we're spending our time. Look at what we're doing this morning. What are we actually spending our time on right now? We're fiddling around with outliners and dope sheets and empties and parenting. And so somebody who's really, really into Blender is going to make the argument, yeah, but once you get like really comfortable with everything, you can really, you spanking through it really fast. Okay, I don't agree with that idea because I've been blendering for 20 years. 20 years I've been using Blender. And it's an amazing tool, but I haven't found that sentiment to be the case. What I found is that working with the Blender grease pencil in particular has always been, under all circumstances and all versions, has always been like what we're seeing this morning. It's a fiddly process of kind of sort of trying to force the tool to do what you wanted it to do when it kind of sort of doesn't quite really want to. And that's okay. That's really not a criticism of Blender. It's just a pragmatic assessment where I'm saying to myself, what are we doing with our time this morning? Okay, so we do have a problem here, by the way. You can see it here. What we need to do is we need to hit G and Y. We've got to move this on the Y-axis so that he is out in front of her. And then here, now he's going through the doorway, so that's even worse. Actually, that's not worse. What this means, is that the background is in the wrong position because he really needs to be here and the sizing has to make sense. Okay, I don't know if you guys know what I'm saying here, but I'm doing my best. Okay, so in other words, right here this silhouette looks okay, so I'm going to actually size him down a little bit, but essentially that looks pretty good. Alright, so now he gets to here and his sizing relative to her looks about right. But I guess that's probably okay, actually. So now our timing's a little off because he shouldn't be moving from this position. Oops, we want to only select these. So again, I have to say what I'm doing right now. This whole scene would have been done 20 minutes ago. So we got to get him to there. It's a typical walk situation, so really it probably needs to be like this. Maybe a little slower, but okay. So there we go, and then we're going to have to deal with how we're going to mask him out of the door, because in Blender that's probably not like the simplest thing ever. You could do it though. You could do it by having if the grease pencil strokes are not in X-ray mode, then if we went ahead and put a hole in the door, make it alpha transparent, we probably could move him to where he actually is hidden behind the doorway. So we'll see. We'll see how that works out. We will see how that works out. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick and dirty test just to make sure that I'm not getting myself in big trouble here. And what I mean by that is I'm going to add a grease pencil layer, and I'm going to deliberately just draw a shape using some other material so it stands out. Okay, so I'm going to create a material that is going to have a surface that is, let's make it a nice red color, because that's Golik's collar. So we'll go ahead and do that. It's not quite the right color, but that's okay. So I can see my user interface is still having that choppiness. It happens a lot when you select colors and stuff on the palette. So now, what are we doing here? Well, if we're going to draw, this is kind of an important step. What we really want to do, and again, Max, you're free, buddy, to weigh in here, because this was simpler in Blender 2.79. I want to make sure that whatever strokes, let's just do this. I'm just going to draw something. Okay, I drew a stroke. And I'm actually going to make this green so it's more like the color of his garment, come to think of it. Okay, so now the question I'm asking myself is, where the heck is that stroke? Where did it get placed? And it got placed, not quite. Okay, it looks like it's mapping to the cursor. Okay, fine. So I'm going to hit undo and get rid of that stroke, and then what I'm going to do, fiddle, 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 and fiddle. We're just going to keep fiddling. So now we're going to switch back to object mode, grab the cursor thing that we never used to have to use, click here so that the cursor, it doesn't necessarily have to be snapped to it, but basically put the cursor kind of sort of where the grease pencil object is, switch back to draw mode, go back to the camera view. Also, I can draw one stroke. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my point. Again, not trying to be snarky, but I've never, ever gotten beyond a trivial Blender grease pencil animation that didn't devolve into data management. Now, if you're a 3D person, if you like 3D modeling and all that, you're kind of used to a data management approach to animation anyway, so that's not going to bother you. And I'm totally fine with that. I mean, okay, so I guess I need to hit Alt-A. Okay, so now I'm going to go grab this. Let me see. Ah, that worked good. Thank you, Blender. Yeah, I've been a little annoyed with 2.9 series because they changed user interface conventions that have been in place for quite literally decades. Which is that in Blender it's always been the case, admittedly different from most software, that you select things with your right mouse button. But not anymore. Not anymore. We're with the times now, baby. So what's the smooth tool here? Let's just see. It's over here on the, there we go. Let's use the smoother. And we'll smooth our lines a little bit here. And this, what you're seeing right now, I'm going to be really honest with you guys. Origin at the top center. This you can choose stroke placement. Okay. Ah! Up here. Well, I guess you'd be in draw mode, wouldn't you? Draw. Yeah. Cursor. Nope, that's cursor. Stroke. Advanced. Strength. Do you see where it says origin at the top center? Yep, there it is. Okay, origin. That tells us where to place the stroke. Okay, cool. Thank you, Max. I appreciate your weighing in. So I'm just thinking out loud here, folks. And I think this is why people become sort of religiously addicted to their software of choice too, is because once you do get comfortable with it, let's see, let's add a slot. Let's make it, okay, now that's interesting. Okay, okay, so in our new grease pencil object, all the colors from our previous grease pencil object are available. Okay, now we want to press the dupe button so that we make that into a copy. But that's cool. Now the question that if you're a, hey Amar, if you're even a modestly experienced Blender person, the question you should be asking yourself is, if I use those colors here and change them, are they changed in the originals? Are these links or copies? I would bet that they're links, but they might not be. That's where there's some things about the grease pencil that have been a little inconsistent in terms of, you know, sort of conventional Blender behavior. Just saying. Okay, it looks like I had draw under selected. I'm going to amend that here and go like this. And now, because I don't want to be too stupid, I'm going to just dial around here and see if things are being placed the way I expected. Now it does appear, it's kind of weird, because actually now, because apparently at some point, sometime in the last couple minutes, I clicked something, so now the cursor's over here, but now that we've got a stroke up on the screen, the strokes are still being placed in the same place. And okay, so that's because they're being placed on the origin of the grease pencil object. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Not hating here, folks. Not hating. I'm going to add skin, hair. I think skin and hair is probably all I need. So I'm going to make this a copy. I'm going to give him the same hair as the other person. Okay, yeah, so we can answer the question that I just asked. If I take this color right now, let me check something here. Where is the hex value for that color? I'm going to take the hex value and cut and paste it. That way, after I change it, if I need to change it back, I can just paste it back in, right? So now what I'm going to do is change the hair to green. Yep, see, it changed her hair. So so your grease pencil colors are indeed links. I figured they probably were, but you just never quite know. So now we have another slot. Let's go ahead and copy just any old color. It doesn't matter. Well, actually, let's do this. Let's use the skin color. Where the heck is that? There we go. Let's grab skin. But let's make it a duplicate because we want to make this Golic skin. We'll call it skin Golic so that the first word is the most important one. And then I would say a little bit lighter. I mean, that is pretty much the muted color that you'd want for his hair. So, okay, what I'll do is get his hair in there first. All right, so I'm going to take a moment here and look at the messages and see if there's anything exciting and fun going on. It would say it in the date slot. I have no idea what Amar means by that, like it does for other 3D materials. Oh! In the date slot. I don't even know what you mean by date slot. That is a term I've never heard in all my years of working. Oh, data. Okay, sorry. It would say it in the data slot. Oh, it would show you that it's linked somehow. There'd be some sort of indication that it is unique. Or oh, well, yeah, that's always been true with Blender. Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, if I was paying attention when the pop-up popped up, you would kind of say to yourself, well, those are the original names. They don't have little numbers beside them, so they're probably just linked copies. That's how Blender's always worked, and that's a throwback to the fact that when Ton created Blender, computer memory and power was at a premium, and so Blender's actually that's not going to work. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually make a dupe of this so we can change it without it changing her hair. Alright, so I'm just going to make this darker. Ooh, and that worked. Okay, guys, that's a good thing. That's interesting. I did not expect that. You're going, what didn't you expect? When I made the duplicate, I did not expect this duplicate to remain linked to the stroke. I figured I was going to have to move the stroke to the new color, so that's interesting. Alright, so let me look at what Amar's saying because he's trying to help here. Has the number to make it a, yeah, right. See the number there has the number 2 for the one you have selected. Right. You're referring to the little .001002, right? Is that what you're referring to? That tells you it's a copy of the other? I mean, because you're correct. That is certainly the way Blender has always worked. Alright, so now we do have draw under selected, so we should be relatively safe to go like this, and like this. So one of the risks I'm running this morning, in a big way actually, is that because I'm having to think so freaking much about data management, I'm thinking about everything right now except the thing that's most important. That's the truth. The most important thing is draw your stupid characters so they actually look like they're characters, right? That is the last thing on my mind right now. I can't even get myself to think about that because I'm having to deal with data management so much. You know, tweak this, move that, grab that, shift this around, change its center, switch tools. It does become very clunky. But like I said, you know, in the realm of 3D, I've never in my entire life, going back to 1990, when I started doing 3D was about 98, I've never gotten into a more than stupidly simple scene that has, you know, a bouncing ball where CGI is not about drawing, like hardly ever. There might be scenarios where it kind of is, but what we're going to do now is we're just going to parent this to the empty. Okay, there, simple. And now this sketch layer, let's delete it. I don't want it anymore. Okay, that's it. And now what should happen is the Golek, who doesn't, frankly folks, does not look anything like Golek. He doesn't look anything like Golek. But that's okay. We're getting it dialed in. And there should be some bounces in there, but that's okay. We're just taking this one step at a time. Now his hair is completely wrong. So now we got to fix things. Let's fix things. Let's fix things, people. Yeah, 96 or 97. The shield icon is the data slot. The shield icon is the data slot. This right here, okay. Shield icon. Fake user. Well, wait a second. Is that what you're talking about? Fake user. Okay, I better explain this for people because they're not going to probably know what the heck. In fact, I would venture to say that most people that are exploring Blender 2.8 Plus who haven't worked with it for a long time probably have no, yeah, I used all those too, Amar. Probably have no idea what a fake user is. This is probably extremely confusing. Okay, so this is also a throwback to the days when Blender was a young program and computer power was at a premium. What the fake user is there for is the following. If I create a bunch of colors, let's say, or a bunch of models, any data objects that I can create in a Blender scene, if I create them in the list of data items, but they are not actually used in the scene, which can happen, then traditionally what happens with Blender is when you save the Blender file, you will find that when you reopen the Blender file, the data items that you created but never actually used are gone. The fake user button allows you to tell Blender to pretend there's an object that's referencing this data item so that Blender does not delete it in order to like save space when you save the Blender file. So the concept of a fake user, frankly, for most people, it would really do good to go back and study the way Blender. Like if you looked at my Blender manual, my about 3/4 inch thick Blender manual that Tan wrote himself back in around the year 2000, really does a great job of explaining the underlying data system that Blender uses, which is really, really efficient and really, really smart. But it's also unconventional because of the way everything links to something else. Okay, so I just want to look at Amar's comment here. It has a number by it when you're using it in multiple places. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll take your word for that. So what should happen, yeah, in order for us to see that, I would have to jump through a bunch of hoops that don't contribute to my scene at all, so I'm not going to bother with it. So I'm going to take this Golek skin and turn off the draw under feature. And frankly, I don't know what to do, except I'm going to do this so I don't drive myself insane. I'm actually going to jump back into Krita so that I can just forget all the stupid data management crap and just draw. I just want to draw. And think about, what does Golek look like from behind? Kind of important. Kind of important. Well, first of all, his ear would be a little lower on his head. And you'd see a little bit, and you'd see his bald cap right here. Jeez. Jeez, Dave, what the heck are you thinking? Okay, this is more like what Golek looks like from behind. So this would be his fat little jowls, and then his fat little neck. But basically, what's all screwed up is the hair, which ironically almost looks like a loving heart shape. Okay, and then he's going to have a little trapezius action going on. And then, okay, so there we go. That's definitely better. Let's use this as a reference. Hey, Inyo-san. Okay, so we'll use this as a reference so we're not driving ourselves insane. Okay? Now, experimenting a bit, we're going to go into draw mode, and I am hitting control. I'm just going to erase all this, because this is just so stupid looking. This is just not even close to being... Not even close. I mean, not even slightly, a little bit close. Not even close. And this is the problem I've bumped into many times, where if I get too sidetracked with fighting with the software, just kind of trying to figure out what I'm doing, all of a sudden the quality of my work goes down the toilet. I mean, because first and foremost because of what you see right here. It's like, it doesn't even look like your character there, Dave. It's not your character. Who are you drawing? It's not Golek. Well, that's because I'm thinking so much about my outliner and my tools and my linking and my parenting and my edit mode and my sculpting and blah 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 that I'm not actually freaking drawing the character right. Stupid. I know it's stupid. You guys don't have to tell me. You can if you want. But I'm telling you, I've seen this happen so many times. Generally, lately, when I'm working with Krita or Tahoma, for the most part, I just don't have those problems too much anymore. Sometimes I do, but it's a lot less than it used to be. And it comes from approaching a scene. Are you approaching this shot from the standpoint of I have work to get done here. We're going to get the work done. Or are you approaching this scene from the standpoint of, well, I have this cool software and I'm going to test this feature and that feature and see if this works. And I kind of have it in mind how this, I think, should work. I hope. And I want to try it and I want to see, and I'm fixated on that. And you forget the most important thing, which is you are trying to create a show. Pretty funny. I mean, it's ridiculous that sort of thing would happen, but it does. At least it does to me. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'm going to give him his freaking nasty little ears. Patch that hole. Okay. So, yeah, okay, so Dave, just so you know, okay, it's because it's in behind mode. No matter how many times you try, you can't cover that up. The joke's on you. I mean, Ugh. Look how bad these lines look. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, that's the wrong color there, Jack. You might want to make sure you have the right color. I mean, this looks like it was drawn by a kindergartner, you know? And the funny thing is, he doesn't even have any freaking outlines, okay? Oh, but Blender 2.91 has a fill tool. Oh, it's so bad I'm actually getting giddy here. I'm getting giddy. How ridiculous. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and try this. Let's try the standard F pen. I just want to see how this kind of sort of works. Generally, I wouldn't recommend to somebody to be working in reverse the way I am here. It doesn't look to me... Yeah, there's the problem. Alright, so if I hit undo, it's probably going to undo that, because Blender tends to remember everything, which is a good thing, but... Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I would say the pen feels great. You know, it feels like a traditional technical drawing pen, actually. Feels quite good. I like it. You know, can't necessarily... Okay, I just went shift. I just went shift right mouse dragged as if I was going to be able to rotate my screen. That's funny. Ah, if I could rotate my screen, this would be way easier. Way easier. But, yep, because I'm a righty. And right now, my arm is contorted in the most bizarre way. Oh my. Very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable indeed. Oh jeez. It's like... Today on the BlendedPlanet YouTube channel, we'll see what happens when a quadriplegic tries to draw with Blender 2.91. Yes! Import your image sequence into Blender and convert them into GP objects. Yeah. Yeah. You do that, Amar. You do that. You're talking about the trace function? Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. If you want to go that route and that's your workflow. Last I checked, of course, it's only black and white, so obviously you're not going to be having it analyze your art and discern the colors unless they've actually added that capability, which I'm kind of guessing they haven't. Look at this one. He's wearing a cape. Oh, yep. Today you've tuned in to see Stephen Hawking draw anime. with respect, obviously, to the late Stephen Hawking. Okay, so this is actually one of the things I don't love about Blender Grease Pencil is what I really want to do right now is just erase, and the problem is I can't. Well, there you go. There you go. That's the problem with the Blender Grease Pencil as far as erasing goes. This is actually one of the biggest reasons why the Grease Pencil is almost a non-starter for me for really serious ongoing anime style production. If you're going to create puppets, right, and you're going to set up rigs and really try to reuse your assets, it's wonderful. It really is. But if your main driving paradigm in your work is to draw, then this is where you really bump into problems because, you know, I just want to fix this. But, well, you know, and you say, well, it's not that big of a deal, Dave. Just redraw the shape. That's true. That's true, but it definitely really interrupts your workflow when you're when you've got to constantly just thinking about the way the tools work instead of thinking about what you're trying to express as far as the idea of your drawing or your art or whatever. Okay, so obviously his everything's too wide, but that's okay. That's easy to fix. We're going to go into edit mode. We're going to use the old lasso, and I would say we'll probably grab all this. And then I'm just going to hit the S key. The interesting thing about all this, I'm hitting SI, by the way. Okay, we really want to turn down the proportional editing, actually. The interesting thing about this is that I've done many projects that were CGI type things. And the reality is that when I'm working on something that's CGI, so I'm not using a stylus. Hey, NS Animation. I'm using a mouse for everything. I'm really not drawing anything, right? When I'm in that frame of mind, this stuff is easy. I mean, it's fun too. I actually like CGI style animation. It's more cerebral, even though it can become very creative and artistic in terms of how you animate emotion. You know, how you tell the story with expressions and things. But it's like, for what I'm doing, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a Saturday morning cartoon, you know? I mean, this is like Avatar: The Last Airbender kind of thing. This is what I'm trying to do. And, you know, the driver tends to be drawing, not constructing, you know, models and setting up rigs. So, and I mean that very sincerely. Constructing models and setting up rigs is a really cool thing to be able to do and know how to do. Okay, so yeah, this is probably going to work. What we're going to have to do, fortunately the background images are actually baked into the Krita files, so I can change this background image on disk and it's not going to do any harm. So I'm going to close this. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so this is the actual image. So here's what I'm going to do. I think the simple solution will be I think I know what you're trying to say, Amar, and I tend to agree with you. What I have to do is, if I'm going to work with Blender, is I have to sort of insist on using that drawing-centric paradigm. And, okay, I want to go Alt and chop that little piece out. And as you say, just draw. Just exactly right. Just draw. Okay, so this should work. I don't know if it'll work, but let's find out. So I'm going to go File, Save. And again, I'm not even thinking about whether Golik looks right. This is a situation where it may turn out that the best thing to do is create an animated sequence of him taking steps. Well, you know, not even show him walking away. Just show his body moving the way he would take steps, and just bring it in as an image on a plane so at least it looks like him, because the characterization is still wrong, but that's okay. I'm going to reopen this, and as you can see now, we have a hole where the door is. Okay, so what should happen is, okay, so basically that answers that question. As you can see, of all the defaults they've changed, it astonishes me that they haven't changed this one. So the default for the Blender Grease Pencil is to be in X-ray mode, which is, if you're, well, you can see the problem, people. It's not hard to understand. So, okay. So, what do we do to take the Blender Grease Pencil object and take it out of X-ray mode? Is that a per layer setting? Or is that a... Help me out, Amar. Is X-ray mode per layer, or is it the Grease Pencil object? I've got to turn X-ray mode off, otherwise I can't freaking make the character appear to have walked behind the freaking wall. Right? He just walked through the wall, but it looks like he's in front, because we're in X-ray mode. And I think, I don't remember, but I think they've even changed what that's called. I don't even think it's called X-ray mode anymore. Options. Amar, help me out here, buddy. How do we get the damn Grease Pencil object to not be in stupid, useless X-ray mode, so I can actually have things move around in I'll say depth space, because in my computer I've got it set up to be Y, not Z, but yeah, Amar's busy talking about his streaming later today. So that's good. So now you guys know where you can tune in to see Amar. Meanwhile, I don't know how to turn off the blank, blank, blank X-ray mode. Max, are you there? Does anyone know how to turn off the utterly and completely useless X-ray mode? And nobody knows. It's next to the shader. Okay, it's next to the shader. So that's this over here. Hide. I assume by shader you mean the palette entry? Is that what you mean by shader? What does the word shader mean? Cut ashore and animal the layers, then animate it. That's for masking, I believe. Show in ghosts. Display strokes using the color. No. So the shader is not the material. I have absolutely no idea what you mean by shader. Click on second shader. Ah! Wait a minute. Here we go. So how are we doing our shading? Ah! Scene world here. Viewport options perhaps. Okay, Amar, I at the top right of the screen. Okay. You have wireframe. Toggle X-ray. That's actually what it should be. Transparent scene display allows storage. Well, that's okay. Yeah. I have noticed that everyone has a difficult time actually describing any process at all, step by step. Okay, so I'm going to try to break this down. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question, Amar. Before we actually even try to do what we're trying to do here to get rid of this X-ray mode, I want to ask you this simple question with a yes or no answer, okay? Is the feature that makes this, everybody can see what's going on the screen. This has always been the way the grease pencil works, but in earlier versions it was easy to just turn off. It was no big deal. It said X-ray right there, right next to the layers. Okay, so here's my question. Is this characteristic a property of the grease pencil object, the grease pencil layer, or the scene? Okay, what is it? What is it a property of? I'm guessing it's the grease pencil object, but that's my question. Simple question. Is it a property of the scene, the grease pencil object, or the layer? Do we know the answer to that question? And if that, and whatever that answer is, will help me understand what's going on here. It used to be a property of the grease pencil layer. So naturally, I was looking for it over here. Probably under options, but it does not appear. And Amar says it should be there. That is where it is. What is the issue? Oh, okay, I don't know if that's a question. It looked like you have the object set to X-ray. Okay, thank you. That's correct. I have said the word X-ray at least 50 times in the last. Okay, I know. So I know what X-ray is. The feature of the grease pencil, it's always been the default for the grease pencil going back to way before 2.8, is that this is what grease pencil items do. Okay? So we all know now that that's called X-ray. The question is, how do we turn it off? So, okay, right under the world icon. Okay, so now that's great. That helps to a degree. If someone looking at this screen or looking at the chat knows what the world icon is and where it is. So this is where we have to really break this down. Where exactly is the world icon? Where is it? Let's just, I'm going to pretend I could kind of guess. I could poke around and figure it out, but I'm going I'm going to let you take the floor here. Okay? Explain to everyone who's watching what the hell is the world icon and where is it? And you've got to explain it in a way that makes it so anyone can look at their screen, and you've got to give them some context here. You know, for example, maybe this is an example. The 3D viewport has a white background. So now what I'm talking about is only inside of that white background. So inside the white background of the 3D viewport, there are icons at the top of the screen. There are a number of icons on the upper left, 5 of them to be specific. There are another number of icons and icon groups on the right. Is it one of those? Is it in there somewhere? In the group on the right or the group on the left? Tell me. Not X-ray mode. So I understand what you're saying there by saying not X-ray mode. I think what you're saying anyway is that the X-ray property is no longer something that's unique to the grease pencil, and that all objects can have the X-ray property. If you will notice, by the way, I am in object mode, and over here the only thing that seems to be what you're talking about is to toggle X-ray. Guess what? It's grayed out. You can't toggle the X-ray. Okay, Max says select the background image. Okay, let's try it. I will select the background image, go to the Materials tab, change the blend mode to alpha clip. Okay. Alpha clip. Thank you. That's all I needed. There you go. That was it. Thank you, Max. That was what we were looking for. So this is another example of where what's going on with Blender 2.91 and probably 2.82, I would guess. For those who are maybe newbies to Blender and don't understand why I'm a little frantic about these items, is that this is a complete, absolute, substantive, major change to the way Blender has worked for years and years. In the case of the grease pencil, I would say at least 5 years. Okay, for at least 5 years it's worked a certain way, and this is a major change because the character, what we just saw that made it so that the guy was showing through the wall even though he was on the back side of it used to be something that was unique to the grease pencil, and it was easily and quickly turned off or on, but it was default on. Now it's not even a property of the grease pencil. Exactly, Amar, exactly. What we were just seeing wasn't what... In other words, if you had seen the effect that we were seeing in the 3D viewport, any ancient version of Blender, we would have known what was going on. And what Max has shown us here is that what was going on was actually not even what we were looking at. What we thought we were seeing was not what we were seeing. It was actually had to do with the background image. Not the grease pencil at all. Now, by the way, I might have figured that out, actually. Now that Max pointed that out, if I would have went like this, I probably would have, it might have occurred to me, wait a second. Something's not what I think it is, because if it was, why is he showing in front of the background image, but he's not showing in front of her, right? But then I would have said, well, maybe it's because they're both grease pencil objects, so they're both in X-ray mode. So yeah, it's really... There's a lot of stuff to ferret out here that doesn't either work the way it used to work, or it's just a little bit non-intuitive. But okay. Thanks, Amar, for your effort, and thanks, Max, for chiming in with something that I guarantee I never would have figured it out. I never, ever would have figured it out. Because another key reason is because of defaults. If I bring a pang or a tiff or whatever into a 3D viewport and it has a hole cut in it, for me, sorry, I can't even imagine a scenario where your default behavior would not be alpha clip. Alpha clip commonsensically is what you would always want. If there's a hole in it, you can look through the hole and see what's behind. Duh. The idea that it's always going to show behind everything as a default? And what kind of, ancient alien would guess that that was, oh, that's the idea. That's the normal behavior. That's what we expect. Of course. Wow. No. I don't think so. But, you know, call me a complainer. I deal with this with Blender all the time. So many of the defaults have been changed. Not only changed, but changed. Okay, see, in here, again, after 20 years with Blender, I can't just click and select something with my right mouse. I have to go over here with my mouse and switch between. There's probably a hotkey, but I have to switch between moving the cursor or actually being able to select things. There's probably some people that are doing some real deep, heavy-duty, amazing 3D CGI stuff for whom the defaults that are in play in Blender right now actually make sense. There probably are. I mean, I don't discount that possibility. But for me, it's been really confusing. Like in a huge way. Okay, so I'm going to create another layer, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on masking. Is that onion skins? Or yeah, that's a mask layer. Okay, and I'm going to mask this with the other one. So my mask layer is going to be GP layer 1. So now this is going to be used for shadows. So again, I'm really seriously trying not to rant here, guys. I'm just trying to deal with the fact that I'm desperately trying to just freaking get work done, and every single step of the way is just really difficult. Okay, I want to create a material. I want it to have a fill. I think we'll let it have a stroke too, and this is going to be my shadow color, so we'll call that SHD. Okay, so now what should happen is that when I draw, I guess I probably need to switch to draw mode. When I draw, what will happen is this shadow will be clipped to the character. You see that? See what's going on? So this, because I set the clipping property, see what goes on? When I turn that on, this layer is going to be clipped to the boundary of this layer. And I did that by setting the mask property. You know, by basically including this layer as the source of the mask for this layer, it's clipped. So I think that's probably pretty understandable to people. And then that's super cool because then I can come back here and at any time I can actually, I could turn up or down the opacity of the shadow, but actually what I would probably do is just turn up and down the opacity of the layer. Okay, and for what it's worth, by the way, I think we can also change this layer's blending mode. So if you wanted, like, well, they don't really have overlay, unfortunately, but hard light should be kind of similar. Yeah, that's going to be similar to overlay. So if you want the shadows to actually kick up your saturation a bit, you can try different blending modes. I'm going to say for me, probably regular, which a lot of programs call normal, is probably just fine. So we'll stick with that. All right. Mikhail is asking me if I do 3D animation. The answer is lately not much, but I've done it for many years, like, you know, since the late 1990s actually. So yeah, I kind of have a bit of a history with CGI. I had about $3,500 into 3D Studio Max back around 1998 or so. But just haven't really. Okay, so now this is important. Now, when he gets animated, the shadow's going to get left behind. Look. Watch what happens. Oh, the shadow got left behind. Okay, so we got to take the shadow layer and also parent it to the empty. Now, for me, this. Okay, and by the way, it didn't refresh. So I parented it to the empty, but nothing happened. I bet you when I wiggle the timeline, it'll snap into place. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's creepy. Okay, that's creepy. Okay, so you might be wondering what just happened. And unfortunately, it's really annoying, but it's kind of understandable. What just happened is that because I parented it to the empty after I drew it, I've seen this happen in Tahoma. You can have the same thing happen if you do things in the wrong order. But what happened was once I parented it to the empty, all the strokes got moved relative to the empty's position and offset. So that means that the simplest solution, unfortunately, friends, is going to be to just redraw the shadows. Now, here we have a problem. What I really wanted to do was hit the A key and select all the shadows. Nope, can't do that. I need to slow way down here. what you need to do is first go over here and select auto lock inactive layers. Like you ever would have guessed that in a trillion years, right? Yeah, oh sure, you'd have guessed that. Well, this is why you've got to do copious numbers of tutorials. And as you can see, based on the positioning, everything's in the wrong place. So what we're going to do is hit the X key and just delete them all. And that means all the work I did creating the shadows was wasted. So once again, but actually for all the things I might rant about, this is actually the best example of why no matter how hard you try, your Blender grease pencil animation work is going to be more clunky and slow than in some arguably simpler programs, at least as far as the animation side of things like Krita. And the reason is that if you're ever going to use Bones and have anything set up, if you're going to do any testing of animation in advance and see if things are going to kind of rough in the way you want, then there is no getting around all these extra steps. You create the layer, you first parent it to the bone, then you draw it, you make sure your cursor's in the right place so you're drawing on the right thing. There's a dozen little steps you have to always take that you don't ever take if you're just freaking drawing it, if you're just working in a flat 2D plane. So that's not a bad thing, but it's just, you know, it's a thing. And there ain't no getting around it. That's been my experience, people. That's been my experience. Now, question. Is this... Okay, so I might want to ask Max. Okay, so Amar is waxing nostalgic about the good old days. Max and Maya were terrible back then. I don't agree. Maya was the best thing going, actually, but it was so expensive. It was $10,000. Okay, Max, since you're there, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm just now noticing that regardless of the blend mode or the render mode, ever since, I think it's ever since we set this to alpha clip, the actual rendering of the colors of the image are different. Now, maybe I missed a step that I didn't realize, but can you tell me, so here's the object. Let me go, I've got to go, again, extra step. I was in draw mode, I've got to go to object mode. Okay, that's kind of weird. So if I'm oh boy, if I'm in object mode, the image looks correct. If I jump into draw mode, now the background image still looks correct, maybe because it's selected. If I select the grease pencil object and go into draw mode, now the background image is ghosted. So again, this is kind of an example of a default behavior that I would think there's probably a way to override. But for me, I mean, I can imagine a scenario where I'd want... Okay, so why is this a problem, you say? Well, it's a problem because think about it from the perspective of somebody who's trying to composite a scene together. You're trying to create a scene. I mean, this isn't just dinking around, you know, this is supposed to go in the show. Well, what if I was going to make adjustments to the color of his costume to make it sit in the mix better alongside of her costume and obviously, duh, along with the background? Think about it. Okay, so Max is saying uncheck show overlays. Thank you. Thank you. So, as I said, thank you, Max. What that means is, again, everything that seems kind of dumb can be overridden. It's not that big of a deal because you can override it. Yeah, I got it, Max. Thanks. But the choice of defaults across the board, I've noticed in the last few, really since, I don't know, it seems to me, I've got a really, really popular video here on YouTube called Blender 2.8. I think it's Blender 2.81 for newbies, grease pencil, right? It's gotten lots and lots of views. It seems to me that somewhere around 2.83, you started seeing a lot more of this, like big time, where they're like changing default behaviors to stuff that's different than it's been for years, and the choices aren't always the best choices. And there's not really a good way to find out what the thinking was behind it, because sometimes if you can figure out the mindset, you go, okay, I get that. That kind of makes sense. I can see why they'd want that. But holy cow. Now, obviously, we got a little problem here with Golik's arm. And see, what somebody's going to say, what somebody's going to chime in and say with something like this is they're going to say, well, yeah, but now in Blender 2.9, you can pipe the grease pencil through the compositor and you can do all your color correction in the compositor. To which I would say, yeah, I knew that. But I didn't want to have to set up all the nodes. I would say with Blender, broadly speaking, the features that are coming along right now are really, really cool. The choices having to do with how the actual interface works almost demands that everyone across the board approach Blender as if they had never used it before. Just approach it as a newbie. You're going to have to spend, actually you're going to have to spend a month just relearning everything as if it was a brand new piece of software. Because it basically is. Okay, so what I'm going to go here, 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 and I'm going to go into draw mode to be crystal clear, to be absolutely abundantly clear. The last week that I've been working on this cartoon, for those of you who are new here, and especially if you're Blender people, you know, you may be, I don't know, if you guys want to chime in the chat about what software you use, that would be interesting. But if you go back here and you just look at this show, okay, let's just kind of look at what's been going on. What I want to say is everything about this process for the past couple weeks, you know, we're looking right now at the last, if we jump back even a little further, now we're going back to about 2 weeks ago. We're looking at the last couple weeks, okay? This entire process has been intuitive, but that's because I know the software, admittedly. But more than that, it's been fun. It's been so fun that I've gone from poking at this animation for maybe 2-3 hours a day to 6 or 8 hours a day. Because it's fun. I'm actually having fun. And because I'm having fun, I'm at a place where I'm generating between 20 and 30 seconds of a finished cartoon per day, which isn't even supposed to be possible. Isn't even supposed to be possible. Can't do it. And yet I'm doing it. Just humming along, just doing my thing. I'm having fun. Rocking and rolling. This was done in Tahoma. This was done in Krita. This 3D parallax animated camera move was done in Blender 2.79. This animated camera move was done in Tahoma. Now we're back to Krita. Bunch of layers. Fun, fun, fun. And it looks good. No complaints. There's challenges. But basically, yep, you know what? Having fun. So, where am I coming around to with this? The bad news for me is there's almost nothing about this entire process, creating this, that's been fun. The only thing that's been fun is the one part of it that's been pretty much similar to what I'm doing in the other software I use, which is drawing her. Drawing her was fun. That was pretty intuitive. So Amar actually, he kind of made the point earlier. He has the right idea that if I'm going to work in Blender 2.9, I really need to make sure that as much as possible I treat it as if I was working in Krita or Tahoma. But then the question I'm of course going to ask is, even if, you know, you can put up with the process being a little bit clunky or, you know, not fun, okay? But then you have to ask yourself, well, yeah, but are the final results better in any way, shape, or form? Any way, shape, or form, at all. And the answer is patently no. There's no question, not at all. It's not that they're really necessarily worse. If you look at this shot done in Krita, and then you look at this shot that's half done in Blender, does this look worse than that? No, it's about the same. It's about the same. So the image quality is there. So it could be that I would have sort of fouled up the look of Golic no matter what software I was using, because it's kind of hard to draw somebody from behind. I am going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and go. Actually, I need to go back to frame 0. Otherwise, it's going to animate this and put in a keyframe. Okay. So let's go here. Go back into draw mode. And it was hard to see before, but basically I just need to... Hello? I said I'm in draw mode. Why have I got that strange icon? Okay. Let me go here. Let's go here. Ah, there's still a hole. Okay, so I'm going back here, and what I'm trying to do is patch this hole. There's a hole in the guy's clothes. Okay? I'm in draw mode. I'm actually double checking to make sure I'm actually in draw mode. There. Whew, finally. Finally. Patching the hole. Okay. Well, I think, Chris, you're right. I think you're right. Now, the vast majority, like when I was working in 2.81, it was actually pretty smooth. I was able, in fact, I would be doing much better if I went back to Blender 2.81. 2.81 hit the sweet spot for me. After actually 2.81a. Once they got past 2.81a, they started changing things. Like on the timeline. In the timeline, I have to grab the little number, the little blue number, to drag to change the time. In every version of Blender going back 20 years before that, you could click anywhere. Anywhere. In every version of Blender going back 20 years, if you want to select something in the viewport, you just do it with your right mouse button. Now, everything's left mouse. You can change it. You can go in and tweak it. But, you know, so I find myself bumping into a lot of things. It's like, oh, geez, okay, they changed it. Well, what did they change it to? And it becomes a little unproductive when I'm saying to myself, well, why did they change it? That's not really for me to ask. Okay, so he's going to go out there. Obviously, he's sort of magically passing through the doorway right there. I think because we're at 8 frames per second, I don't think that really matters. I don't think the audience is going to be crying about that one. Not only that, we could adjust the timing so that he actually falls behind Fala. We could actually have him going through the door right here so that we don't see it. That's probably not a bad idea. Let's play with that for a moment. Let's go into object mode, and we'll grab the empty. Boom. I'm going to grab the empty, and we can see its keyframes. So what if he was getting to this point? Let's see. She's there on 33, so actually let's hit the A key to select everything, and let's just shift this whole thing and see how that feels. Let's just see how that feels. So the problem is he then passes through her, so that really doesn't work. Maybe we could split the difference, but that pretty much works. Yeah, that actually pretty much works. That is more acceptable and less egregious. As you can see, Golic's pretty short. Okay, JP. Question, JP. JP Parks. Free shape key animator for Blender. Okay, so in Blender 2.79 I use shape keys all the time. But obviously they're basically not usable with Grease Pencil. Does the new shape key animator add-on allow you to create shape keys with Grease Pencil? Just asking. So that's that. Fine. We got the timing. Oh, we got the timing. Now, let's go back here for a moment and just have a look. Let's just have a look here for a moment. Okay. All right. Similar situation here. Actually, this has to be expanded even more. I'm going to hit Shift Alt to expand it out from there. Boom. You don't overthink changes. Okay. Well, you're a wise man, brother. You're a wise man. Maybe wiser than me. Okay, I am going to do something bold. I'm in Krita now, okay, guys? So hopefully nobody is here only because they're like a Blender. It's not like, if you were a Blender person, it's not like you're going to learn much here today anyway. It's not like you have learned anything. Probably. You know, what I'm doing here is probably pretty useless for you because it's mostly struggling with Blender 2.91. I do think this, though, I just so you know, Amar and Max especially, because you guys are really kind of more knowledgeable in Blender, I do think I'm going to reinstall 2.81a and kind of keep it around because I really like working with the grease pencil at times, and 2.81a was a really good middle ground between 2.79 and what we're dealing with now in 2.91. You had masking, for example, but it worked in a simple layer-based way. You didn't actually have to go in and set it up. So, easy peasy, am I right on, brother? Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go into 365. We're going to go ahead and revert over to Krita now. All right, so let me look at the time. It is 9:49. 9:49. 365. Okay, we're going to import these animation keys. Just going to select all. Okay, now we're going to have a lot of redundancy and we're going to have a pretty big memory footprint, okay? Because every single frame in the image sequence is taking up memory. Now you can fix that in a hurry. Here's how you fix it. You go to your first frame, and by the way, I'm going to actually save this immediately as not a TIFF. Okay, so Mikhail has asked a very fair question. And what I would say is generally no big deal. I mean, I would just say no big deal. Like if I take in Krita now, if I take this brush, probably this one, okay, you know, it's going to sit in the mix pretty well with the grease pencil strokes. If I go with this one, I'm going to get a real crisp line, but again, sits pretty well. Honestly, I do not have a problem with the overall quality of the drawing and stuff with the Blender grease pencil. And I think that if I was going to really embrace 2.91, this is what I would do. I would actually go into Blender, and I would see to the extent that we can maybe use that we can customize the user interface to get rid of everything that's counterintuitive to the way I normally work. And just, if that's possible, I would say it's probably possible to a degree, but we'll see. Anyway, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Here I'm going to go forward one frame, and I can see that she didn't change. So now I'm going to hit Shift, and I'm going to keep going forward until I see a change. Oh, there she changed, okay? Boom. Now I'm going to go back one, and I'm going to go Control Shift X, and I'm going to delete all those keyframes. So she bends down, 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 up, 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 oop, and then she didn't change there. So now, oop, there she moved. So Control Shift, or I'm sorry, yeah, Control Shift X. And then obviously she's not there for the rest of the shot. So I'll just go like this and get rid of all those keys. And that way I've just decreased my memory footprint a ton. Okay? So that's fine. And obviously I'm so used to working in Krita now that it's pretty obvious that I'm not going to struggle in Krita the way I did so much in Blender. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to skins, and basically, actually, I'm going to hit the A key and just do a little liquify tweak here. She's moving pretty fast, but I do want to do a slow out, so I don't want to actually move her very much. Just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take that tween, which is obviously pretty distended, and add a little motion blur to it and just see if I like it. So let's just say 30, something like that, and just see if I like the way that feels. Yep. Okay, so this should actually be 8 frames a second, by the way. Save that. Boom. Okay. Okay. So, not bad, not great, but there's that. Okay, so now let's deal with Golik. Boom. And actually, let's even go a step further. If we go back here, let's take this image right here and just drag this in. Let's drag it in. Insert it as a new layer. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the bottom to see how it lines up. And then just expand this so that I can stick that doorway right there. So I'm just going to kind of jam that into shape like so. There we go. That's probably just fine. Okay, so that was the hallway behind. And now because they're on separate layers, I can actually maybe dial in the tonality of that a little bit as well. So, cool beans. Alright, so now in front of her, we're going to have another layer. And this is going to be Golik. Okay, so now I'm going to take these guys out and just focus on drawing. So I'm actually going to put Golik in a group. I just want to draw. Time to draw. Time to just draw. Drawing informed by our visual storytelling. Okay. If I was going to do this perfectly perfect, I would want to spin him around. I would not want to simply have him as a stupid looking silhouette that doesn't even look like Golik. I wouldn't want that. Well, I'm scanning the messages. Well, the truth is, Amar, there are many programs that I have used and stopped using. You got to decide what you're going to use for your own reasons. It isn't legitimate to say I'm going to decide to commit to a piece of software or any tool, frankly, yes or no, based on that tool's capabilities, actually. Because the truth is, almost all of them, if you learn them, you will get the job done. So it's not about the capabilities. There's a lot of other things that factor into that decision that has to do with how it works for you. I am actually really seriously thinking I want to get this pose from 362 as a starting point. And why am I going to not just paste it in here and then modify from there? So I'm going to open up 362. So there's software that has been extremely difficult to learn. Like back in the day, just learning Blender was really, really challenging. I'm going to grab this layer. And I'm going to come back here. And I'm going to paste. Layer. Okay? And now I'm going to save. Okay. But it was worth it. Blender was worth it because the capabilities were just awesome. And yeah. So I want this pose right here to be here. Maybe we can use a little bit of reversal here. Yeah, we can use this too. So let's pull this back over here. And we'll just get rid of all this. I don't even want to think about the possibility of using it. But these frames we should mirror. Mirror the frames, flips them around. And then what we're going to do is once we get to here, I'm going to flip him around. So, having done that, I'm going to add a transform mask. And hopefully we won't get bugginess going on with the transform mask, but it could happen. And I want to basically scale him up a bit and kind of do that. Okay, now I'm curious about something. If I take this and flip it around here and assume there's going to be a tween, what if... Okay, I am actually going to flatten this layer. Let's merge that group. I like what I'm seeing, and I might as well commit to the drawings at this juncture. So that's going to take a second. I'll go up here and I mean, I think Amar is correct. It is very much about the way you think about it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually take this and hit the M key and make this really dark. Yes. Okay, and the reason I did that is I wanted to see if this can credibly look like him flipped around. I know that sounds a little weird, but here what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually do this. This is very, very strange what I'm about to do. I'm actually going to go like that because I'm creating a bit of a strange tween here. A bit of a strange tween. And again, I don't think that'll actually work, but I'm going to just see what happens when I so this, I don't recommend this. What I'm doing, yeah, that one definitely doesn't work, but this is probably not horrible in terms of a starting point to sort of think about what I'm trying to do. So I know it's pretty weird. Pretty weird. But I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for the fact that I know this is going to be a one-frame tween. So this is going to blow by really, really fast. So I really want to just check the level of his eyes. His eyes are right there on 1, 2, essentially 3 boxes down. Here we've got 1, 2, 3 boxes. Yeah, we're about the right place. Whoops, that was a little aggressive, wasn't it? So yeah, this is what I'm doing right now is really, really unusual. Probably a little weird. Probably a little weird. Little weird. Little weird. But that's okay. It's a tween. It's a tween. I'm just going to keep going as if I actually knew what I was doing, and it's probably going to turn out okay when it's all said and done. Alright. B key. Actually, I'm going to hit the G key and just do a little lasso action, okay? And now I'm going to take this. I just want to take this little bit off of black there and just kind of go like this. Right, and get a little bit of flesh tone in there. Just around the edges, actually. Kind of like a highlight thing. But basically, he's kind of in shadow, right? Okay, so really dark colors here, really dark. Oops, that's not supposed to be green, that's supposed to be red. Sorry. So we're just going for kind of an effect here a little bit. So like I said, this is a really rapid tween. He flips around. This could be motion blurred. Whoops. Wrong effect. Okay, I'm going to hit the G key and get this stuff filled in. His overall characterization doesn't matter much because it is a one-frame tween. So this is just one of those examples of kind of what you can get away with. Okay, I'm checking the messages. I can use Pencil 2D, Sketchbook Pro, any other. So okay, we get it, Amar. You can use any software, right? So the approach will be unorthodox. I'm a Blender defender. I'm a realistic. Right on, brother. Right on. Right on, Amar. Just get the work done, man. Get the work done. That's all I say. Just do it. Rock and roll. I agree with you. The software really does not matter. Okay, that works. Filter, blur, blur. So again, I'm going to actually make this a really aggressive blur. Again, an example of, we're trying to make a cartoon here. And now what we're going to do is, see, we're going to cheat. We're going to cheat. We're not going to do it the way I did it in Blender. Okay? Because as I'm able to work here and just flow forward in an unimpeded way, the right creative choices are becoming obvious to me in a way that they are hidden from me when I'm sitting here fighting, thinking about the software, thinking about the user interface, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna save this, but I'm going to close it. Because what I'm seeing here is that if he flips around in sort of a cocky manner, I mean, remember what we're cutting from, too. This is an interesting jump cut. We're going to do a jump cut here where he's going to be popping up to here on the screen. So it's a little bit of a strange transition. I think I said yesterday, storytelling-wise, what should happen is, and I did forget about this, is what should actually happen here is we need another shot of Tianara. And the shot of her would be a static shot of her looking, and what you'll see is her eyes darting between Fala and Golek. She's just absorbing the situation that she's found herself in. Make sense? So, because this jump cut is going to be a jolt. But what I'm seeing is this. We want that, and then he starts moving. So let's just do it. We're going to do it right now. I'm going to hit the A key. I'm going to say he's going to move into frame, so he's going to get a little bit smaller. And he's going to I'm actually going to do a little bit of perspective here and let him move into frame. Even more, just a little bit. And right here, he's going to go into a serious motion blur, and then we are cutting away. Okay? And that's going to wind up being, I'm almost certain, that's going to wind up being better visual storytelling than what I was trying to do in Blender. Because what the heck do we gain by seeing a guy walk through a door? Oh, he left the room. Oh, that's important. No, it's not important at all. It's completely unimportant, actually. So and again, this speaks back to the whole question of software. The whole point for me is I don't even want to think at all about my software, actually. I want to think about my storytelling. That's what matters. Call me opinionated. So anything that impedes the process of being able to just think clearly about how the story's being told is probably a bad thing, but here we go. So we're going to go with this, and we probably need to give Golek a mouth. So I'm feeling pretty confident here that we could probably get away with just doodling it on. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go like this, and just for fun, I'm going to use this brush. Okay, before the jump cut, he was kind of had a little smirk on it. Yeah, a little smirk on his face. So we're going to go like that. Oops, G key. I need the B key. Thank you. And I would say that's a little small. So I'm going to just jack that up a bit. Yeah. Okay, stop. It would make way more sense since his head doesn't move right here. We probably should just put this on a separate layer, so it kind of burns across the individual frames. So I'm going to go like this, not do anything there, and then here I could probably just hit the A key, hit the F key to blur it, and then wait, did I need to insert a key so we don't have the motion blur on there. Okay. And then he flips around, and then he starts moving out of frame. So we're going to have the mouth will obviously disappear here. So now we can bake that down. Boom. Now that's all baked into a single layer. What I just did would be quite a lot clunkier in many other softwares. You can kind of get the same result in Tahoma, by creating a sub-X sheet. But anyway, so this is going to be a slow out, so that shouldn't be blurred, but this one probably should. So let me hit Control F. And then just to be safe, I'm gonna hit Control F twice here to really get him moving, and then I'm gonna hit the A key and just add one extra frame. I'm just gonna slant him a little bit, move him a little bit out of frame. That's all, just to give myself a little buffer here. But my thinking is we're gonna do 40 frames, boom boom, and this is gonna be shot what? 362? No. Oh! Guess what just happened? We just lost everything, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, well, all that talk about software. I was just about to save it too, and I clicked one thing and boom, it was all lost. So, oh well. Amar the philosopher. You have to be like clay or water and form to the situation. BlendedPlanet has been using Blender for 20 years. Yep, that's true. And has trouble figuring out simple matters. Well, to be very, very, very clear about this, I want to be very, very clear. I don't like JP's comment because I don't think it's accurate. I have trouble figuring out simple matters specifically with Blender 2.91. I get around Blender 2.81 just fine. In fact, there's a bunch of shots in the anime I was working on that were all done in Blender 2.81. I have absolutely no problem getting around in Blender 2.79 or, frankly, Blender 2.49 or Blender 2.28. 2.49 era I pretty much had mastery of because I did a lot of CGI work in in that. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem. The absolute disaster has happened as we're sitting here talking about software woes. The absolute worst has happened. Which is that I think, like, most of my work was lost. So it's really quite a study. It's really interesting to note that right now it is 10 a.m. So I started live streaming around, I think, 8. So 2 hours, that's not too bad, frankly. And it looks like I really didn't lose very much work. But I'm moving too fast here, folks. So anyway, yeah, no big deal. This is no big deal. We're going to have a little slow out here. And then what I said was, let's do a motion blur. We'll get her going here, folks. We'll get her going. I mean, frankly, the truth of the matter is, I kind of feel bad when I feel like I'm wasting your guys' time. You know, if you're here to learn, you don't really probably want to like sit and watch somebody just like struggle with the software. So messing with 2.91 is a really a two-edged sword to a large degree. Okay, so we're good. So yeah, it's just Blender 2.91 specifically that I kind of have a bit of a hard time with. Okay, so I didn't really get his mouth in there, so that was some work that I lost. I guess I'll fall back on my tried and true pencil. I love my pencil. Alright, falling back on my pencil. Control insert. Boom. A key. Move. A key. Move. Blah, blah, blah. Come back here. Control F. Add the motion blur. And save. Good. I will say watching. Oh boy, a lot of comments. Okay, Amar. Amar's got a lot to say today. I think that's because the application has changed the most. Okay, but the thing is, have you listened to anything I've said though, Amar? Have you listened to anything I've said? What I've said is you've had conventions in the software that have been pretty damn consistent for 20 years, and then around version 2.83, all of a sudden they have started changing them. Okay, I've said that repeatedly. The reason 2.91 is a problem is because stuff that has always worked exactly the same way for 20 years doesn't anymore. Do you get that? Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what's a problem. For me, it's a problem. For you, it might not be, because you're like water. I get it. Okay, you're like water. And you're doing good work in Blender. By the way, I want to make that point, you guys. Anybody who's, well, okay, fine, but anybody who's here needs to know that you go check out AWAB's channel, because he's doing a lot of cool stuff with Blender. You know? So he kind of knows what he's talking about. I haven't been looking real close at what you've been doing, Amar, but I've got pretty good confidence in the work you've been doing with Blender. I know you've been doing some stuff that's kind of like game environment, transmedia type related stuff, and so Amar does know what he's talking about. But I just really want to be clear that I don't. My whole point talking to you guys as my audience was to make the point that you're going to see me struggle to a stupid degree with Blender 2.9 for reasons that for me are kind of pathetic. Really. Just kind of silly. You know, why do you change many of the conventions of the software all of a sudden? I think I know what the reason is. And it pretty much boils down to this. Most of the people coming to Blender are, in fact, newbies. And they're coming to Blender from they're coming to Blender from other software. So guess what? They're used to selecting things with their left mouse button, not their right. So believe me, I get it. I think somebody coming new, actually I'll even concede this point. Somebody coming new to Blender 2.91 today is going to struggle less than someone coming to Blender at any other point in its history. I hear you, man. It's like Apple. They changed the approach. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I've never been an Apple guy. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make this 40. File, save, and let's render this out. We're going to cut this into the show. And starting now, going forward, we're going to delve into Blender and Tahoma, wherever it makes sense to do so, in order to satisfy the requirements of the shot at hand. I almost hate to say that, because what that actually means in practice is I'm almost never going to be doing it, because I've found that, well, you saw it right here. Here's the shot that I was struggling with for 2 hours in Blender. How long did it take me to reproduce it in a way that's probably better storytelling in Krita? 18 minutes. Took me 18 minutes. 18 minutes to redo the whole scene in Krita that I struggled for 2 hours in Blender 2.91. Now, is that Blender's fault? No. No. If I was absolutely up to speed and knew everything down pat in Blender 2.91, would I have gotten it done in 18 minutes? No. 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 Because, again, you trade complexity for power. You gain features, but you have more hoops you got to jump through. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, sorry to bring you away from whatever you were working on, Steve Riggs. Didn't mean to, rattle the cage there, buddy. Just kind of going a little rant crazy there on poor Amar. All right, okay, as you can see, watch this. Jump cut. Okay, so for most people that would be jolting. And by the way, it's also jolting because she changed positions. Hence, again, now we're back to storytelling. What we need is we need a cut. Because remember, the main character here is Tianara anyway, right? So what we need to do is we need to jump back to her in between these two shots. Okay? Piece of cake. So here's what we're going to do. Let's open up 357. I'm just going to kind of close this and be done with it for now, I think. Just save our work and say goodbye, scene, goodbye, other scene. And what was our number again? Let's rock and roll here. We want 3. I think we could probably do 350. No. 357. I would say 357 is what we want. So I'm going to open that up. Open 357 -357. Okay, so I will say this. This will be my wrap up to the software rant. The last 3 days I've delved into you're here for the rant. Thank you. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Well, I could have been ranting about the socio-political conversation because, frankly, at 8 o'clock I was going to look and see if anyone showed up for Trump's going away party. But I'm guessing not a whole lot of people going to the Trump going away party from what I was hearing. But, okay, thank you, though, Steve. I appreciate that. That's very kind. So this is what we want right here. Here's Tianara, and just because we want to have all kinds of wicked fun, I say let's put the cast shadow in there. Let's leave that in there. I like that. Let's do this shot. Okay, so this shot we start out with is actually the right one. This is awesome. This is awesomeness incarnate. So I'm going to go Control-Shift-X, get rid of everything, hit the rewind button. Okay, and now we're going to save this as 362 to 365. We'll call this 363. All right, File, Save As, minus 363.bang. Let me check something. It says it already exists in the storyboard, which is a little strange. Oh, okay, 363 is erroneous. That's right, so we're going to record over it, in essence. We're going to save over it. Goodbye. Goodbye, I say. Okay, so Steve likes the rants. That's funny. Well, my point is that I've allowed myself for about the last 3 days to delve into, what if I go ahead and jump into the next shot using Tahoma, let's say. And that started back here. In fact, I used Blender for this parallax shot, and then I used Tahoma for this shot. But what I found was, I had to take the art from Tahoma and get it back into Krita to do the touch-ups that were needed in the shot. But then to be fair, so this was kind of a bass-ackwards progression. This shot was the opposite. This shot was done mostly in Krita, and then I cut and pasted into Tahoma to use the plastic tool. This is the way things actually should work. You're cranking along with your art, and it went very, very quickly. This shot was done very quickly, and the acting, you look at just the subtle acting with the eyebrows, the little shrug of the shoulders, the little turn of the head, the little squint of the eyes. This shot went really, really fast, and yet it's got a lot of good storytelling power in it. Okay? So point of the story is, every time I'm basically about 80% in Krita and then jumping over to Tahoma here and there for the plastic tool, things tend to go really fast and look good. Overall, starting right out in Tahoma and or working in Blender, I'm just not feeling it, man. I'm just not feeling it. Everything takes like 10 times as long, and I keep, I find myself getting painted into corners. So that doesn't mean Blender's bad. What it means is that I've done enough of this over the last week or so to realize, yep, this isn't working. We're going to go back to what works. We're going to stick to what works. And what works is we're going to stay in Krita until there's a really good reason not to. So, that's it. Decision is made. The decision is made. Okay, so what we're going to do here, watch this. Let me go to Golek is in silhouette. Okay, so what we need is Tinar. Here she is. There she is, okay? And her eyes are in the shot. So, here's what we're going to do. we're going to do the usual thing. We're going to give her about 4 frames to get into the scene. And as always, we're going to save early, save often. But now, right here, let's just give her a little bit of a lookup. Okay, so I'm just gonna just a little bit. Okay. Now, as we can see, we don't need any fancy schmancy tools for this. We just take our G key and we just patch the hole. Just patch the hole. Easy peasy, as Amar said a little while ago. Okay, you need to turn off any shadows, because otherwise, when you sample the color, you're actually sampling the color as it's been modified by the shadow. So, just something to be aware of there. Oh man, nice, Steve Riggs. Yeah, I have a crack of TV Paint. I've poked at it just to see, you know. I don't really use cracked software, but if I liked it, I'd probably go ahead and buy it. If a person was going to learn just one software and kind of, you know, commit to one tool, TV Paint would be a very good choice. Of course, Amar is correct that in many respects, Clip Studio Paint has sort of caught up with TV Paint, so Clip Studio is going to be a good choice too. I'm just making a little modification here. Obviously, our range of influence is like stupidly large, as you can see. Stupidly large. I'm just basically making a tweak on her eye shape. Little tweak. Yeah, that's cool. So we'll go with that. Control-Shift-A. B key, select that. Now I'm going to just clean this up. Yeah, Valerie's been kind of cracking on me a little bit about fiddling around with Tahoma and Blender too. She's like, dude, you know, you're doing really good work with Krita. Why do you keep like jumping back? You can't help yourself, she says. You can't help yourself. You can't help it. You're going to keep jumping back and trying this, trying that, because you've been doing it for so many years, you can't help it. I'm like, well, yeah, you're probably right. Okay, now, the question is, what about looking over at Fala? This is going to be a little tricky because of that sort of cross-eyed thing you get. It's a good look, but it's actually, it can kind of backfire a bit when you have to animate. See what I mean? So I think I got to sort of look at this, squint my eyes so that I'm pretending that the whites of the eyes are there so I can judge it, but I think this is okay. I'm going to actually just, we need to put this in raw mode. Always raw mode. Always raw mode. Raw mode. Go to raw mode. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, we just want to make her eyes look over yonder. This is giving us a beautiful transition. Beautiful, I tell you. Between the two shots. See guys, see how now that I'm back in my comfortable, happy place, I'm like just cheerfully humming along, just having a good time. See the difference? See the difference between Happy Dave and Frustrated Dave? Yeah. Frustrated Dave just rants because Dave doesn't have a lot of tolerance for what he considers stupid. Doesn't mean it is stupid, but it just kind of seems stupid to me, some things. We probably need to split the difference there. Yeah, I think we're going to split it. Okay. Okay. B key. Well, the socio-political nightmare should be over today for the most part. It really isn't, but at least we're moving in the right direction to get all the goofiness behind us. Okay, I want to just check. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's actually about what we want. So, all right, checking the messages, seeing if anybody's saying anything. Amar. Okay. Oh boy. You're supposed to be streaming. Stupid. So Steve and Amar, Steve Riggs and Amar, are the CSP guys, and Max Power and Amar are the Blender guys. So who's going to be, you know, the other software guy with Amar? Amar is like water. Okay. Yeah, see, so you can see what happens. So this works until she looks away, and then when she looks back, it doesn't work at all. So what we have to do is we have to direct. Let me just see which eye we prefer. I'm actually physically covering up. Yeah, definitely the left is much better. So I'm gonna just actually paint this out. This is one of those cases where trying to work with something that's already drawn is almost much harder than just redrawing it completely, because when you erase it completely, you can really look fresh at, you know, what it is you're trying to see in your mind, right? You're not it's weird. I think it accesses a different part of the brain, actually, where trying to get something that's already done to conform can actually, it turns out, be much more difficult than just redoing it from scratch. And you would think it's the opposite, because, you know, it's already drawn for you, you know? It's like all the hard work's been done, right? And I think I've learned this lesson a billion times. I've been amazed in the last month or so how often it's turned out that I do much better work, and it's more fun and everything else, and it doesn't take any longer, which is the most amazing thing. When I just redo stuff from scratch like that. I mean, that looks good. There's no way you were going to make that work. This was okay coming from here because her eyes are focused on Golek. But once she... Okay, so we really do have a problem here, though. So I think this should be like that. So when she comes up... Yeah, there we go. So we need to get that. I'm going to say, let's move this downstream a little bit, and then let it breathe a little bit, and there's our shot. So we've got... Okay, because all that changes is her eyes, I want to check something here. Let's go N key. Let's save our work. And, okay, so that's actual size. So I just want to see. When we go... Yeah, that's definitely too slow. Let's just pack that in a little tighter. Because this is just a transitional shot to give the sense that TNR is kind of thinking about what's going on around her. And I would say let's bring that to there. Hello, I really want it there. Thank you very much. Okay, and then this should be probably 24 frames at 8 frames a second, and here's our shot. We're done. 3 seconds. 3 seconds of cartoon. It'll get chopped down, but this is 363. Hello, I thought I saved you, but I'm seeing the little star. So Control R. I'm going to put this on my other screen so it's easier to see. 363. 363. Boom. Well, it's not that there won't be any more rants, Steve. There might be more rants. Yeah, OBS is what it is. I'm almost at the point of giving up. I took the latency on my stream on the YouTube side and put it at normal latency instead of low latency to see if that would help. I think it maybe helps a little. I don't know. I'm tired of learning new stuff, but you have to keep up or be run over with the changes. Well, see, that, Amar, is where I firmly disagree with you again. I'm afraid. I'm going to disagree with you. I think you're completely wrong on that point. So I'm going to argue it this way. If I take software, like if I take Blender 2.79, let's say, all right, or some software that basically worked but is ancient. Actually, TV Paint's a great example. Not version 11, not even version 12. Go back to, you know, like 10 years ago. Go back to Toon Boom from 10 years ago. Go back to Flash 5. I would argue, you know what? If a person has mastered Flash 5, I couldn't care less what's going on in the industry. I don't care what software is newly available. I don't care. Because what matters is the show. It's the show. It's the property. The audience doesn't give a flying you-know-what software you use. So the only reason you need to keep up, so to speak, is if that's germane to your employment situation. So if your job situation demands that you're keeping up all the time, that's one thing. But frankly, if I was an employer, I would want the exact opposite. I'd be like, look, dude, I'm paying you. If you're going to make the argument to me as your employer that by you spending like the next 2 weeks, instead of making progress on our show, you're dicking around with 12 different new pieces of the greatest, latest software, I'm kind of looking at you and going, well, you better come back to me and prove to me that that made us more productive at the end of the day. Because if it turns out all that time was wasted, what argument do you have? You can say, well, at least maybe it would have been possible. It's possible that we would have improved this little tiny element of our production process 2%. If everything had gone well. Actually, everything didn't go well. It turned out to be a total waste. So it must turn out that all of your messing around with software must have resulted in a benefit to our project and our bottom line that is greater than what I had to pay you for the 2 weeks to do the research. I'm going to say most of the time it turns out not to be worth it. So again, I'm just going to disagree with Amar on that point. I think you could be using software that's 10, 12, 15 years old. It doesn't matter. What matters is, can you get your work done? Okay, I see a problem in this shot, by the way. But here we go. So he says, she pops in. Let me just double check this. Attend to the prince's bride-to-be. Little smile. She's jotting her eyes between the two. That's the shot I just did. And I see a problem. Okay, this is a great example for you guys who aren't here to talk about software but actually care about storytelling and animation. This is a study in what not to do. You know what the problem is here? In terms of the expressions of the character, her little respectful nod to him, this is not that important to the story, but it is kind of the point of this shot, is that she nods and then she walks into the scene. Okay? Him spinning around really sucks your attention in his direction, and so you almost miss the fact that she did the nod. This goes to show where overlapping action can really work against you. This needs to be a sequence. So we got to change the timing to make this work. This shot is done, so that's great. Get it out of here. Whoops. Let's just hit the Control S combination. Close that up. Oh, waiting for it to save. Yeah, I mean, if your employer or your team need you to know a certain software, that's a whole completely different thing. But then when you're... How do I explain this? I think when we look at software as creative people, we make ourselves vulnerable to the impulse to get excited about new features. I mean, that's like a really common thing, right? And frankly, it's promoted that way. Look at all the new and exciting features. And we buy into it. And because of that, we're trying to keep up. And then we've got this other story in our head that says, well, if we don't keep up, then we'll fall behind. And that wouldn't be good. So you've got this invented picture in your mind of all the millions of people who don't even exist, who actually give a rip what software you're using. Okay? So again, if it's an employer situation, that's different. But generally, this is all just another story we tell ourselves. My point being that for most people, most of the time, and I've kind of made this point to you, Amar, I think when we were talking a few days ago. I said it would really be better to just get one project done, no matter what software or tool you use, than to... okay, so I think this spin around needs to happen later. So he can go like this, but that is not working. This needs to go downstream. I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about myself, obviously. Everybody's got their own reasons for why they do what they do. Okay, and then this can be packed closer, for sure. So we enter the scene. She nods and goes. And then he turns and leaves. And now we don't need to have that real pause there, actually. Maybe a one-frame pause, but yeah. And he leaves. Okay, so now the thing I wonder about is, yeah, that's it. Let's save that. And then this is going to be shot 365. Let me rewind this and just make sure. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe a one-frame change there. Boom. And then maybe one frame in this direction, actually. I know that's nitpicky, but boom. I like that. I actually think I want to pause this even another frame. Boom, 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 boom. And then just to make it musical, I'm going to let this be a little more crisp, like that. So it's actually got a rhythm to it. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's re-render this. This is what? 365. Render. So I got to change these numbers again because I wish Krita would associate the render metadata with the scene, but it doesn't. So I always have to retype in the. Okay, so yep, Amar's final statement is exactly right. JP's got to do the school thing. Good and stable. Yeah, I've been at Rebellion. Okay. Yeah, so I've been hearing good things about Toon Boom. I mean, a lot of people obviously have been using Toon Boom for a lot of years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, speaking to the software question too, that's why I think what I arrived at in my own animation work recently, kind of recently, it's been a while, but is that the common thread is the picture. The common thread is the picture. The common thread is the thing that is common to all the software, is the picture. And by the way, it turns out that's the most important thing about the animation process too. It isn't the movement. I really feel strongly about this. Just from doing it, this is what I've learned. If this, like those still images, if that picture, if we look at that and that is pleasing to the eye, the characterization, the color, the balance, the composition, if that's beautiful, it's really hard to screw up the movement part, the animation. Really hard to screw it up. If that's wrong, if that looks stupid, it's really, no matter what you do, you can't make it look good. Okay? So now, just to drive this point home, look at what we had earlier today. Look at what we had earlier today. Let's go back here. And there's no excuse for it. I have no excuse. I have no excuse, sir. But here's the shot. Okay? She looks fine, but he looks stupid. There's nothing I'm going to do to make him look good. No amount of animation. You know, having his shoulders kind of move up and down, doing a walk cycle, whatever. There's nothing I'm going to do that it's going to make him not look stupid. Right? So, yeah. And that's good news because it's all about the pictures. Well, you know, okay, you say, well, I'm going to do animation and I'm going to use Photoshop 5. Okay, 20-year-old software. You know what? if you just get busy and work with Photoshop 5, you'll probably get more done and you'll get better at it than the guy that knows the latest greatest software but isn't, you know, necessarily as productive. So that's the pragmatic animator. Okay, we're going to do shot 366. This can be fun. I'm going to look back at my storyboard, and it looks like Fala is pointed to stage right. Here she is pointed at stage right. Okay. This is good news. So what we can do is we can save this. We can use these assets. The first thing let's do is get rid of Golik. Sir, you do not belong here. You do not belong here. Actually, we can use this if we want to. There's really no great reason to, but we could. We could put this back here, resize it, and just use that as a starting point for the back end of him as he's moving through the door. That's fine. So Golik would actually be on the other side of the background. So he'd be behind the wall, but in front of the background. So there's that. And now we're going to save our work under number 366. File, save as 366, and I'm actually not going to save it as a ping. I'm just going to save the CRAW version because I really want to keep, I like the storyboard image and I want to keep coming back to it as a reference. So that would be that, not that one, this one. That's my reference drawing. Okay, so let's come back here, and all of this animation, the only question I would have is, here she flips around. I like the nod, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all this out, and this is her ending point, ending pose, if you will. So let's mush all these together and mirror them. So she winds up in her, she starts, well, okay, I guess I got that wrong. Let's mirror that again. So we're going to go here, and now we're going to take this and just move it downstream because I don't actually know if I'm even going to need it. And plus it's all kind of the wrong size anyway, so we're getting there, folks. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Here's the background. So the magic question now is there's that. Background. We can shrink that down. We don't have to shrink it down that much. We just need to basically be able to sell the idea that we've got this blocking out the doorway. Right? There's that. Boom. Okay, what about Golik? Boom. So Golik's going to be moving out the doorway, so we're just going to draw a little tiny version of Golik. And he's walking out the door. Like that. Okay? He's in shadow, essentially, so let's hit Control M and just make him a silhouette. Boom. He's passing out the doorway. Now, because of that, let's just do a little magic on the background. Let's pump that up just a little bit in order to, so we can see him walking out the door, right? That's fine. Okay? So now with that, let's finish up Golik right now. G key. Did I save my work? Let's save our work. Save, save, save. Okay, so now I'm going to sample it. That's just black. We're just going to put Golik in the doorway. And I'm going to shrink him down even a little more because, frankly, his feet would not reach the floor if we had him at the size he is. So it's so dark that we really don't need to bother with worrying about his feet. Okay, so we're going to go our 4 frames into the shot, hit the A key, and we're going to slow out. Now the fact of the matter is he would already be in motion. So the slow out probably isn't, excuse me, particularly, excuse me, sorry, necessary. But so Golik passes out. That's all we need, just at the beginning. We don't mean passes out in the sense that he's been drinking too much. We mean passes out from the standpoint of out of the room. But you knew that. You knew that already. Just kind of have this indication of his arm waving a bit. Da-da-da-da. There goes Golik. Goodbye. Goodbye, Golik. Okay. What about Fala? Well, Fala's pointed the wrong way. Let's go back to our storyboard and we can see, okay, so Fala is in a, this is really a nicely composed shot. I'm kind of proud of the job I did on this. What we need to do is mirror horizontal. Now, obviously there's a caveat here, and the caveat is that if, in fact, let me see. Yeah, if in fact this was our scenario, how do you explain the fact that the clothes have changed position? Right? Time for a scotch, huh? Yeah, for me it's usually a dirty martini, Steve. That would be a dry dirty martini. So that's going to be a shot of gin, 2 jalapeno olives, 2 tablespoons or maybe teaspoons of olive juice, no ice. No ice. Yep, that's what I do. That's what I do. So all of these keys here are not really needed. Now I do think that if she does get animated, she's probably going to be animated from about here up. So let's plan on let's not worry about her lower body at this point. Right? Let's just leave it. And again, I'm going to make a little adjustment here. Let's just leave it like that. And if she winds up getting it, we'll just draw her lower extremities on a different layer. Okay, so now we just need to get TNR in there. So now it would be good due diligence to at least ask ourselves, do we have the ability to pull her in from another shot? I think not. I mean we could, but I think it's time to redraw her and just have the awesome fun of redrawing her. So I'm going to add a layer and call it Tia. And I think I'll sketch her in first. Let's refer back to our storyboard. Yeah, see? Okay, so really, yeah, what's actually going to happen here is we're going to have, let's just have this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I'm even going to take this a step further. I think the Tia layer, let me look at that. Actually, here, let me look at it here. Okay, color-wise, we know she's being lit by the light from behind. Let's just go to a mid-tone. I'm going to solo her for a minute, and I'm actually going to just follow the outer excuse me, the outer limits of this drawing, like so. And then I'm going to hit the E key, and I'm just going to actually trim around it and get rid of those pencil lines. This is so simple that there's really no reason to just have the sketch in there. Nope. Okay. So we give her a key. And Fala says, I got to make sure we stay on script here. I am Fala. I brought you some new clothes. Okay? That's this. Okay. So we're going to unsolo the layer. And that helps a lot, actually, because look what it shows us. With Tia, now what we're going to do is we're going to lock this, and this really sends an interesting signal to the audience. Actually, I guess I'll do it this way. I'll just go a little darker here. And now we've got the G key grab, so we're just going to go like this. Wow! Holy cow. We really need to make it just a tiny bit darker. Wow, that is crazy. Crazy stuff. See, and now we're going to put those little stripes from the window on there. And now I'm going to actually grab my brush. Just kind of go like this. I think I want to make those a little darker actually. Okay, I am actually going to rethink that. I'm thinking something else. If she spins around, those shadows would actually kind of stay in place-ish and shine across her face, and she does spin around. Okay. So, here's what happens. Golik leaves. I am Fala, right there. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just get that done. So here's Fala. F-A-L-L-A-H. Let's put her in a group and let's give that girl a mouth. So here's Fala. G, boom. Let's just erase this and give that girl a mouth. Boom. M-O-U-T-H. B key. I'm just going to make it black. We do not want to be alpha locked, which for me I've mapped to the star key. Not exact. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Alright, I'm going to hit save. I'm going to save everything because right now what's happening is here's the mouth layer and I am, oh, I see what the, no. This is weird. This is one of those weird things with Krita. Look what's going on here. What you discover is that I've been through this a million times, but selecting cells does not select the correct layer. So if I select a cell, like right now I'm on the mouth layer, right? But if I select this cell down here and start drawing, I will actually be drawing in the mouth layer. Non-intuitively, if I select the cell and I'm in the mouth layer, but I hit insert, it actually inserts the key based on the cell that's selected. Crazy stuff. So I need to select the mouth layer as far as the cell in order to insert a key. Yeah, like I said, a little non-intuitive. I hate that curve interpolation. I hate it. It never looks good. Well, okay, almost never. I am Fala. Alright, and this I think I want to change a little bit. Right? We're in erase mode. And we want to get out of erase mode. And she's trying to be kind. I am Fala. I brought you some. Wait a second. I brought you some clothes. And we'll just be really extra nice to Fala here and give her an O shape. I am Fala. I brought you some clothes. Alright, I think that's her line. And then, of course, some new clothes. Oh. Okay. We'll put that in there. And then TNR says, I don't want them. Like a spoiled brat. Okay, maybe not a spoiled brat, but... Rewind. So Steve Riggs get to have scotch and a cigar. By gum and by golly. I wish I was there with you, brother. Having a scotch and a cigar too. I wouldn't mind it a bit, I must say. What's... Huh? Awesome. Sorry about that, folks. I was just talking to my son, Kyle. is over there taking care of business. He has a screaming web development business that's really starting to take off. He's starting to get clients, you know, more activity than he can hardly keep track of. So it's pretty cool. That's my boy. That's my boy. Okay, so Tia, I guess the first thing we should probably do here while we're thinking about it is let's just tone her down a little bit. Okay, we are going to leave a little room for, actually we can make this as dark as we want it to be, because I won't get into a long explanation, but there's reasons why, even though that's a real muted color, because of the way I just changed the color, I know that the color information is there. And if I were to use, well, like for example, you can see, you can really bring back the full saturation of it, right? It's the information is still there, and you'd have to do several curve operations to sufficiently clamp the color values to make it so that you begin to get some posterization. What I'm explaining right now, there's probably not anybody in the audience, maybe one person that even understands what the hell I'm talking about. But it's got to do with the problem of mashing 8-bit color value numbers around. Okay, a 4-bit number can hold up to 8 values, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 0 through 7. So you can hold 8 values with a 4-bit number. So effectively you can, with 2 bits, or I'm sorry, with 4 bits, you can express values up to the number 8. 0, 1, 2, 4, 8. So what if you multiply 2 4-bit numbers together? And what if they're both 8? Think about it. So you want to take 2 values, mix them together through a multiplication process, and then return the resulting value. Well, the problem is you just bumped into a big problem, because the number can't hold the intermediate value of the 2 numbers. The real world example would be you multiply the 2 together and then you divide by 2, because you're creating an average. So you're trying to mix the 2 colors, so you average the 2 color values. The problem is the intermediate value of multiplying the 2 together, or adding them, however you're doing it. Normally that would be a multiply, I suppose, in that situation. But the intermediate value of multiplying the 2 together is bigger than what can be held in a 4-bit number. See what I'm saying? So that's a simplification of it, but that's what happens when you do these color operations, is after a while you can start to get some pixelating happening. Now you probably wouldn't in Krita, because I suspect what Krita does is it uses a much bigger number format for the intermediate values when it does color operations, so that you don't have that risk. So anyway, that's probably about as boring as it gets for most of you guys. Alright, so let's deal with Krita here, or Krita. Let's deal with Tia. Tia Nara! Alright, I am Fala. I brought you some new clothes. We're going to give her an eye blink, by the way. So let's go here and let's just crank this up to 100 frames. So I probably completely bored everybody in the audience like forever. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, well, what is Tianara's final position? Her final position is actually going to be something like this. Watch this. It's actually going to be something like this. And then let's grab this color. So we sort of have her, well, I didn't quite do that right, but so we sort of have a little bit of her shoulder. So she's sort of whipping around from behind to in front, and oddly enough, the silhouette of her character actually isn't much different, is it? That's kind of a common situation, actually, surprisingly common, how often that works out that way. Yeah. So I've hit the A key, and oh, I see. My range of influence is teeny weeny. Okay. So this is always fun. I literally want to see the silhouette. What does the silhouette look like? I'm seeing her in the silhouette. So my son had a business question yesterday. Pretty funny. He had a business question, a little conundrum that he was trying to solve. And he came to me for advice. And I told him very firmly, I said, you know, I'm glad you asked me this, because I've been seeing the situation that you're describing, and I haven't said anything about it because you're kind of at a place where the idea is for you to detect these problems, and then you tell me. You come to me if you want my help. Otherwise, I want you to be able to discover some of these solutions for yourself and experiment and blah, blah, blah. And so he comes to me with this situation, saying, okay, good. I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been seeing that. I've been seeing the situation you're describing, and I've been wondering if you're going to, like, you know, come to me and ask for a little guidance on this particular point, which he did. So I said, well, this was pretty timed to this one client that feels a little uncomfortable. But it turns out that you being comfortable with that uncomfortable thing is, in fact, the single most important thing. Right? So I'm like, you know, you're kind of uncomfortable with this. You're not sure that this is really going to work. He's going to learn kind of how things work and get comfortable with that. Very important. Okay. So now I will say that OBS is like, I'm hearing a lot of blinks and blanks on my computer, so I'm trying to focus on the art. The Last Airbender. Have you ever used Metabang Paint? Nope. I haven't, and I don't intend to. Don't intend to. Nope. Yeah, you showed up a little late, Today was the day after messing around with Blender 2.9 yesterday and today, and obviously Tahoma too the last few days. This morning I'm like, okay, enough's enough. I'm going back to what works. Not interested in trying Metabang Paint. Not interested in trying Clip Studio. Not interested in trying this software and that software. I'm going to go back to my normal jerk self where I say, nope, I'm interested in making a cartoon. So whatever is the software that gets the job done today, that's the software I'll use. And if there's a reason to go to Metabang Paint, I will. I will explore it when the time comes if there's a good reason to. So you, are certainly welcome to weigh in right now and tell us all, well, okay, why should a person be interested in Metabang Paint? Why? What benefit do we get from Metabang Paint? It could be redundant to the benefit we get from Krita or some other program. That's okay. But I'm curious, what's the selling point of Metabang Paint? Tried it this week. Kind of reminds me of a mini Tahoma. It's fun though. Okay. So is it a paint program, or is it an animation program, or both? Paint, animation, or both. Tried it this week. You're scaring me. Once again, oh, come on. OBS is being funny. Okay. Her eyes are not balanced. Her eyes are not balanced. I'll take one stab at fixing it this way, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to quite literally delete the lines and redraw them. One spank at it. That probably worked okay. Okay. Not too shabby. Yeah, flipping looks okay. I mean, obviously the eyebrows are all completely botched, but that's okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the G key. I'm going to get rid of that What I want to do actually is that. I want to... Yeah, that's more like it, buddy. That's more like what I'm talking about. But I suppose I should get a prize for being willing to try knocking out that shot with Blender. Made the noble effort. Okay, so she says I don't want it. So she turns away and says I don't want it. Alright, seems to be used a lot for illustrations and manga, but I'm sure someone could make animation with it. Neatly put together, nice pen brush stroke. Cool. Cool beans. Metabang paint. Metabang paint. So what is your normal everyday software? What do you use on a what software do you know well that you use on a regular basis? And then the obvious question that comes up vis-a-vis everything that's kind of been discussed a bit today is, if you do have software that you know well, why are you spending time trying to learn Metabang Paint or exploring it? What is it that makes you go over to Metabang Paint when you already have a tool that you know pretty well? Now, if you don't have a tool that you know pretty well, that's different, because you're in the process of learning and figuring out what tools you want to use. Alright, now we need to tween. We need to tween. I'm going to work backwards. I'm actually going to do a tween this way. This is going to be a fairly brisk move, so I'm actually just going to go like this. I'm going to have to redraw her face, obviously. And we'll just, actually, let's just take the G key. And let me strike that. This one, we could just put this one in here. Okay, and then go like this. We'll just kind of move that around. So, whew. So what we need is this arc. Okay, so Krita, OpenToonz, Tahoma, and Metabang. Hey there, Yvette's in the house. Yvette's in the house. YS Books, I should say. I guess maybe I shouldn't use the first name. We're usually pretty loose about that around here. Like Amar, you know. Technically Amar's not Amar, he's AWAB. 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 AWAB, the Arab. The Sheik of the... How's that go? Amar would remember it. Ray Stevens. Boom. So this is obviously a pretty blurry tween. And frankly, I think if we actually did a motion blur on the interior of it, would look pretty good. Because again, she's just flipping around here. So we'll do 40 and see how it looks. I used to have Anime Studio. It came with my Intuos. Yeah. Well, if you like vectors, Anime Studio is a strong tool. Very stable, too, by the way. Okay, so here, what we need is a shoulder indication. And we're going to chisel that in a little bit. So let's go GE. Chop that out. Yep, little shoulder indication here. And then she lands there. And we put her in a group. And we give her a mouth. And we go back here, insert a key. Not going to be in erase mode. Don't be in erase mode, stupid. Insert a key, and she says, that's a little low on her face, frankly. I don't, what does she say? I don't want it? I don't want them. I don't want them. Little bit of transparency. Okay. Want. On the word want, let's crunch a little bit here on the eyes. Want. Push those in. Okay. I don't want them. Okay, those actually happened too late. Okay. Alright, so now obviously, well, maybe it's not obvious, but there is a little bit of a problem with her color. Come on, OBS, come on, OBS. So we're going to take the similar color selection tool and go boop. Hello? Boop. There it is. Okay, looks to me like I probably want to crank the fuzziness one little notch. We'll try that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Alright, so now what we'll do is we just hit Control M and we can do whatever the heck we want. I'm thinking for her we want to do a hue change. You can see, pretty easy to change the hue. I'm thinking we want to push more to the red. So let me see if we go this way. That's actually probably what we want to do. Go like that. Little hue change. And then let's see if we can crunch in some saturation. Okay, let's just look at that. Yeah, she was definitely tilted a bit towards the green. And then finally, I would say I'm kind of glad we have a separate lightness channel, because now we can, wow, that's powerful actually. Wow, that's really strong. That has a very powerful effect. I am in fact going to tweak the saturation a bit as well. Okay, off on. Boy, that's a, didn't even realize how much green there was in her complexion. So what I'm going to do is just go like that, and now what I can do is use the similar color tool to make a new selection. Just hit Control F, and every frame's going to have the same correction applied. No big deal. But save our work. Yeah. Yep. Ray Stevens of the Street fame. Exactly. You can. I don't mind. Did you see the updated video? No. Did you put the voiceover on it? I assume you did. Let me check something here. Looks like the ooh, yeah, the inauguration's going on here. Okay, I'm going to look at that link a bit later because so it's past 11:30. Well, it's getting close to 11:30. I'm going to go ahead and leave the inauguration thing on in another window over here, just because I'm interested in seeing what's going on. So, hope you guys don't mind. Okay. Now what we need to do is give Tia some shadow action. Shutter. Alpha locked. Okay, we don't want a selection. Obviously we got a little tweakage here. Liquefy. Let's just do a little fix here. Okay, stop. What the heck is going on there? Oh, okay. I guess I had that color. Okay, cool. Alright, we'll go back here and let's insert a key here where we're going to land. Boom. And I'm hitting the G key. Okay, this is going to definitely be interesting, because what we're going to do is we're going to have a fairly harsh shadow here. And then I actually want to go ahead and put this in here. So for those who are interested, the whole inauguration thing's is actually going on right now. For those who are interested, this is, you know, I'm not 100% sure this was going to work, but I'm trying it. I actually kind of like the way that's looking. I don't want to get into multiple levels of tone as far as the shadows go, I think. Okay, that really looks pretty cool. So what happens if we copy this back to here? Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. So now what I'm going to do is hit the E key, and I'm just going to modify it here so that the bar shadows look about the same. Entschuldigen Sie bitte. And I think that's actually going to be okay. Interesting. File, save. Okay, I'm going to go back here and add a little bit of... Yep. I'm Fala. I brought you some new clothes. Okay, I want to add one thing to the whole shot, just to drive home the character of what we're seeing. I think it would make a lot of sense if we take the airbrush and have a layer here, and we have something like this. Doesn't require much, but we do need to have a little bit of a push here because she's right in front of that window. And if we're going to do that, then it does seem like probably the shadows should be more harsh for this particular shot, more harsh than normal. Yeah, I think if we push that up a little bit and then crunch those shadows, I think that's probably pretty nice. Now, the other caveat would be, I think the shadows could use a soft blur. Probably about 3 pixels, maybe? Okay. And then overall, I think a tint layer for her probably is warranted. So I am going to alpha lock this and just airbrush onto here so that I can then just dial this layer in as much as I want. Let me crank it up a little bit and then see if I can dial in. I guess I'll crank it up. And then I'm thinking maybe overlay. Yeah, it's more of a lighting effect, right? So okay. We don't normally get into a lot of like tricky gradients, but this is a really strange situation here. So you see how that appears to change the direction of the light almost? That's what overlay mode can do for you. I've used overlay mode in feature film work to literally change the apparent lighting of real world scenes. Actually, it's kind of amazing what you can do with overlay mode. Also, soft light, same thing. It's not the same, but it's for most people's purposes, it might as well be the soft light blending mode. Yeah, I definitely want this lighter. It's not necessarily as accurate, but it looks better. This. Okay. Not horrible, not horrible. Let's go back to the beginning. She says she doesn't want it. I still don't like that. I feel like the shadow's still too harsh. Take it out. Yep, I'm gonna make it light. Sorry, I boo-booed. Okay, what about her overall? I am going to duplicate. I want to check something. If you duplicate a layer also in overlay mode, okay, that did not work. Let's try multiply. I want to crunch up the saturation. No, I'm not digging that too much. I'm going to actually I'm going to do this one with curves. This is one of the more delicate shots I've fiddled with, I must say. So I'm just going to repeat this. Just kind of going with what feels right, you know? Okay, so now having cranked up her contrast internally, if you will, I think we can actually... Okay, that works better. That works better. We're going to do the shadow in overlay mode. Yes. Okay, groovy. Yeah, quite a delicate balance here I'm trying to strike, I think. Looking at the comments now, it's been a while. Well, it looked like nothing new. So, thank you, 13 concurrent users. I got 13 people watching right now, which is... Thank you very much for hanging out, folks. Okay, obviously, Tia, let's go back to this frame, this layer, and we need to go Control F. Yeah, to get that back under control. But yeah, that actually feels pretty good. Feels pretty good, people. Alright, let's fix Fala. Okay, so Fala, the question for Fala is she going to bow again? And I think she is. So there's her mouth. So I'm going to take these, move them back a little bit. I'm going to move these forward a little bit. Why? Hello? Okay, so I guess I'll do it this way. Come on, Krita. If you don't land it exactly right, it won't catch it. Okay, so we're going to take Fala here, and right here we're going to give her a little bow. Okay, A. So I'm going to anchor it at her, basically her belly button, I guess. Okay, slow in. Copy that. So she says, I am Fala. Okay. Alt key. Okay, so this feels a little abrupt. Only because it's a little too strong. Let's take this key out and see what happens. We'll move this one back so she snaps back to position. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then obviously her mouth is getting whipped out of shape here. So I'll hit the A key on the mouth layer. Boom. We're going to have to zoom way in. Zoom way in. Okay. File. Save. Okay, it looks like the president-elect is, maybe they're getting ready to actually swear him in. I think they might be. Is it? No, I guess the swearing in is right before noon. Interesting. Right there, obviously we got a glitch. Okay, cool beans. And then I did want to give Fala an eye blink. As usual, keeping things in a sequence generally is good policy. Meaning, I'm not going to, all this stuff that's animated, I don't want to add the eye blink here. You could. I mean, it'd probably be not ridiculous to put it here as well. So let's do that. Let's do that. That's fine. So I'm going to hit the G key, grab this, and we're just, okay, stop, hit the undo. Let's grab the correct brush so that we're not being stupid. So I'm going to close her eyes and let them kind of come back to open here. Little bit of a transitional thing. Oh, they got Lady Gaga doing the national anthem. Oh, Stephanie. I think that's her name, I'm pretty sure. Lady Gaga singing the national anthem. I've never heard her sing the national anthem. Okay. Alright. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and, well, I mean, we've got that blink there. I wonder if we even need it back here. I am Fala. I think we'll put it here. We're listening to this right now. Almost done. So I'm kind of pausing through the national anthem here. Well, very good. Not too many vocal gymnastics, but she definitely has pretty solid vocal technique. Pretty solid. Cannot criticize Lady Gaga's vocal technique. Yeah, no, it's good to see everything seems to be moving forward pretty peacefully and quietly. The really hardcore QAnoner Trumpers we're really expecting yesterday to be a magical day. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I could kind of get into it, but none of the things they've been crowing were going to happen have happened. Thank goodness. Oop.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So in the USA, I don't know about other countries actually, but in the USA it's kind of traditional to pause and either salute or the hand over the heart or whatever when the national anthem and or Pledge of Allegiance takes place. So I'm just kind of trying to be respectful of that here on YouTube. But you guys probably knew that. Okay, here it looks like the oath of office for Kamala Harris happens first. I didn't really realize that. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in shadow. And we'll just kind of give a little bit of shadow texture here. And then this really needs to be below here so that when she bends down. Okay, so obviously we have a little problem. So this is actually happening right now. I don't know if you guys realize this, but she's actually doing the oath of office as we speak. So, hey Mar, really, dude? You know what? Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. You might be right. I never heard. I don't think that Whitney's was especially better, but Marvin Gaye, I wouldn't have a clue. I don't remember ever hearing Marvin Gaye do the national anthem. So I'll go with you on that one. I'll go with you. All right. So G key, E key on Fala. This is unfortunate, but I'm going to have to do a little bit of a fixie poo on all these. So it looks like Kamala Harris has been sworn in, and so I don't know. I think whatever side of the political aisle you're on, I think we all should be very thankful that it would appear that most of the insanity that has been plaguing the United States of America is probably starting to get over with. Now, some people that are right-leaning obviously are really, really worried about the socialist juggernaut that's about to destroy everything, you know, about the America they know and love. I get that. I don't think they're right about that. I think they're worried about a whole lot of nothing for the most part, but that's a whole lengthy discussion we don't need to get into. But I would like to think most of us can agree that getting the insanity of the last certainly 60 days, and for some people 4 years, behind us is probably a good thing. So they got J-Lo. They got J-Lo doing a couple Americana songs. That's weird. We'll see how she does. I've never been a huge fan of J-Lo's voice or anything. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Why do we have two keys? Oh, because of the blinks. Yeah, because of the blinks. Okay. So now, if I don't want to have chatter, I pretty much have to match this exactly, unfortunately. So I'm going to go like this. I know what I can do. I can fix this. If it chatters, I'll fix it. I'll put an overlay on it that'll smooth it out. Smoothie, smoothie. Yeah, you can see some chatter. I don't know if it'll be noticeable, though. Let's find out. Yeah, you're looking at her eyes. You're not going to notice. The chatter's almost not noticeable anyway. Okay, well, the one thing that is problematic, though, is that the colors on these two are wrong. Now, can we fix that? Well, I guess the important question is, do we care? Let's backpedal a little bit. I don't think we care. I just don't think we care. So. She kept her body in shape, though. Yeah, okay. She was kind of always known for her. I'm watching the Brian Tyler Cohen channel. She's got pretty good tone, actually. I've never really listened to J-Lo too much, but yeah, I mean, not bad. Not bad. I'll turn that back down because I don't know who really cares to listen to that. But no, I'm thinking on these clothes, like you're going to be. Well, in fact, in this shot, obviously we reverse the shot, so the clothes are already wrong. So. And she's shouting out some stuff in Spanish. And actually, she's wailing pretty aggressively. I'm impressed, actually. I never really knew. Just never really followed J-Lo as a singer too much. It's kind of funny because the one thing I noticed with J-Lo, a few years ago, I was watching some romance movie. I don't know. It was like Matthew McConaughey or something. And I found it was interesting that there was a lot of similarities to the body language that J-Lo has, just naturally, just when she's like standing there or moving a little bit, where her body language reminded me a lot of some things I've seen in my daughter Natalie, when she's been in movies, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Okay, I think we're in pretty good shape here. I think we can render it, cut it into the show, and see what we have. Okay, so we don't want 100 frames though. We probably want 72. Now it looks like Kamala Harris is gonna. Or no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Who's the mistress of ceremonies here? Amar, do you know who that is? Shoot. Okay, so they're about to swear in Biden. But who is that's doing the sort of mistress of ceremonies thing? Amar probably knows. He knows everything. So the oath of office is about to happen. That is amazing, actually. It's actually kind of crazy to think that all the craziness is actually just about behind us. That's pretty weird. You guys interested in this?
Biden Jr. do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
So sorry that Brian's there in the
Will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
So he is the president. Trump is out of power as of this moment.
That's it.
That's that. Some people are crying. Some people are celebrating. Some people are crying. Some people are celebrating. But for me, I'd be more on the celebratory side of it, I freely admit. Okay, this is shot number 366. So let's save our work and render it. That is really, really amazing. Okay, we are rendered. Jumping back to Vegas, 366. I guess that's this shot. Okay. Boom. We'll pull this in here, delete that out, clean the media pool just to be, you know, keep things clean. Now we're going to go to 366. We're not getting tons and tons of time here we're packing into the show, I don't think. 8 frames per second. Okay, so this is going to definitely have to be trimmed down. Let's take the resampling and turn it off. Okay, and then we cut to the close-up for Fala, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so what have we done so far today? We lost our first 2 hours to fiddling with Blender. But despite that, 15 seconds of show. So it's almost noon, so that would mean that in all reality 2 hours of progress. So that's pretty good. We're getting up into the realm of 7 seconds per hour, roughly, instead of 5. So that's good. So now I think Biden's going to speak, so frankly. Well, Ajax, you might be right. No one really knows, obviously. Nobody predicts the future. But I think that this is what I was talking about a couple weeks ago when I was talking about goodness. You know, conservative values have merit in many ways, but it's important that there be a moral underpinning whereby you, in other words, like for example, we say we're going to exploit the land maybe to bring out some resources and use them to make things, right? Okay, that's a good thing to a degree, but to rape the land and leave it completely desolate is probably a bad thing, right? So your principle is good, but it requires a moral underpinning to make it work. In practice, it tends to run out of gas and not work very well in the long term if it doesn't have those moral underpinnings. Other people may disagree. That's kind of the way I see it. I think you might be, if I had to guess though, Ajax, I'll say this. I suspect you are wrong and that actually a lot's going to change. Because there is going to be a bit of a juggernaut happening right now. We are at a serious fork in the road. And as a nation and as a culture, I would say we have just finished dodging a major bullet. And the fate that normally follows countries that go in the direction of a populist leader is not pretty. And I think we've actually circumvented a pretty negative direction and outcome by a whisker. We barely missed it. There are other struggles and other challenges we're going to face for sure, but I think we've made the right choice, you know, in the legal and electoral system. So I am optimistic. I don't think it's going to be utopia, but I'm optimistic. Okay, so now we're going to be cutting to a close-up of Fala. So I want to consider where we want to go from here. Actually, I think I just want to take a breather here while Biden's giving a speech. Go back to the beginning of the Tianara Fala shot. Tianara. I like it. I like it. So this morning's been challenging. Oh, you were watching David Pakman. You know, I like David Pakman. I mean, philosophically, he's got some good points. He's a little bit, David Pakman's a little over commercialized. I enjoy this guy quite a bit more, Brian Tyler Cohen. But you know, if you want the progressive angle on the news, both of those guys are certainly going to give you that. So I'm going to sign off. It's been a good morning. I appreciate everybody who's been here. I hope it's been, you know, I would say this morning was rough. The first 2 hours working with Blender, not great. Way more productive since I just kind of jumped back to Krita and got busy. So I would expect going forward, what you're going to see if you keep coming back here is you're going to see more of what we did the last 2 hours. Let's just stay focused on creating the show, whatever that means. And we'll jump around in our tools as we need to when there's a good reason to based on the task at hand. But let's keep our focus on creating a cartoon. So with that, I'm going to sign off, and I'm sure I'll probably be back later today because I would like to kind of finish out this sequence if I can. Should be pretty easy. It looks like we're going to be bouncing between close-ups of Tianara, and the wide shots that we're going to have are pretty much structurally duplicates of this one. So it should be pretty efficient to pound through the rest of this sequence, and then it'll be on to the next dramatic moment in the show, which is going to actually take us back to this environment where we're going to find out some magical things that are going to be, well, not magical, but we're going to find out some important things that are going on. And Mel is going to be sent out on a mission, and this mission is one of the most crazy, entertaining, fun parts of the whole show by far. You know, because it involves Monkey, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we got a lot of work to do.